record in the matter of State of New Jersey versus Timothy Puskas, all counsel and defendant are present. We left off yesterday with the arguments of counsel presented in connection with the defense's motion to preclude the testimony of Hassani Gordon. It ruled preliminarily that with respect to the request to bar that testimony, in light of what was asserted to be the state's violations of their obligations to provide certain discovery that would potentially impact the defense's ability to cross-examine Hassani Gordon on the issue of credibility, that the appropriate remedy would not be to bar such testimony, in as much as, at least from this court's perspective, the defense did in fact have the information and had it in such a fashion that it was able to open, and not only open with regard to the information that they alleged the state had not turned over, but it was in large part the focus of the entire opening statement. And so we next move to the argument that to allow the testimony of Hassani Gordon would violate the defendant's right to confrontation of any witnesses being presented against him. And in support of that argument, the defense has cited to what has been a history with Hassani Gordon of making a number of different statements since this case's inception in 2013. Some of those statements came, whether it was through the state's investigation of this matter and statements that were taken from him, whether it was 104 hearings, whether it was defense investigators, whatever it was, Mr. Gordon has given a number of different versions, as alleged by the defendant, that would, the defense would be sort of hamstrung, if you will, in their ability to cross-examine him in light of some of the information that he provided in those statements. Later, there was a claim that the information had really not come from personal knowledge, but rather from elsewhere. And so the concern is that the defense could not cross-examine. I submitted to counsel that cross-examination is limited to direct examination, and counsel certainly pointed out that on the issue of credibility, there should be some latitude as well. And the court, in fact, acknowledges that. When we look at Rule 611, certainly the issue of cross-examination is an issue that's within the sound discretion of the trial court. But 611 should be read in conjunction with 403, and so that doesn't allow cross-examination to just be without limitation. It must be evidence that's certainly relevant, and to the extent that the argument is that the fact that this defendant, this witness gave purportedly different versions, or versions that did not include the information that he is now claiming, which is, by the way, the state is limiting the extent to which this witness is intending to talk about certain things, presumably recognizing that a lot of that other information not only would be subject to cross-examination, but to the extent that much of it, at points, there was an acknowledgement that the information was not coming from personal knowledge. And so to present that evidence would not, quite frankly, be admissible. In any event, so as I referenced Rule 611 and the ability of the court to sort of control how how cross-examination proceeds, allowing for not only relevant evidence, but that evidence that affects credibility. Certainly the fact that this witness has given a number of different statements, and none of those statements include the version that is presented here, that is an area for cross-examination. There's the ability to cross-examine on a witness who has a number of prior contacts with our criminal justice system, some of which have resulted in convictions, some of which have resulted in favorable dispositions, if you will, and in particular, one of the arguments is that this very evidence discovered by the defense is such that one arguably could make the argument, reasonably could make the argument that that was done, the statement that was tendered was essentially because he was able to avoid significant jail time on what had been very serious charges. And so, you know, and to be clear, right, so when there's a whole mitigating factor that's dedicated to cooperating witnesses, and that's factor 12. And so these types of witnesses, more often than not, come with a whole host of issues. And it is for that reason, I would submit, that we also have jury instructions that allow for the jury to consider when in fact you have a witness who's given inconsistent or prior contradictory statements. And the contradiction could be that in 12 different statements that you gave before, at no point in time did you ever say what you said here on this particular date, or you're saying now here in court. And so there is an ability to cross-examine. I don't find that to suggest that because there was prior statements and or testimony wherein this witness gave different versions of events, and now there's an inability to cross-examine on those statements, because to do so potentially opens a door that the defense doesn't want to open, and I can appreciate that, then don't open that door. But at the end of the day, I find that there's a whole host of ways in which this witness that could be cross-examined without violating the confrontation clause. I don't find to permit this witness to testify is somehow going to be, as was suggested, somehow putting a stamp on witnesses presenting perjured testimony. This witness has given reasons that he claims are the reasons that he has given the version that he's now giving. On its face, it appears to be a reasonable explanation, but that's not my call. This jury is certainly able to say, you never said it before, you're saying it now, you had multiple opportunities to say it, you've been given favors from the state, and we don't know whether to believe you or not. We can accept some of what you say, we can accept all of what you say, or we can accept parts of what you say, but ultimately that is the jury's determination as to the extent to which they will give this witness's testimony really much weight. And I'm not persuaded by the arguments that somehow to allow him to testify would violate the defendant's right to confront witnesses. I've read the cases cited by the defense, and so I don't find those circumstances, while those cases were instructive in certain respects, I don't find the specific circumstances, and it's never the case, right? But they are not necessarily as they are presented here, and I think it has to be on a case-by-case basis, very fact specific in terms of the ability to assess whether or not the defendant counsel will have the ability to conduct meaningful cross-examination. So for all of these reasons, I outlined some reasons as well yesterday. I will deny the request application rather to bar the testimony of this witnesses based on the arguments presented.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you have a witness available today or this morning?
Your Honor, because the state wanted to first hear the honest decision, we have another witness that's available for this morning, and then we can prepare for Mr. Gordon this afternoon, just so that it wasn't too much for everyone to digest, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so the jury's on the floor?
Yes.
State call the next witness, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Matt Magnum.
Follow me, sir. Please watch your step. Please stand in front of the chair. Raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Matthew Don Magnone,
Spell your last name.
Magnone.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. May I receive it? Please use the microphone to project to the jury.
Thank you, sir.
And Detective Magnum, I'm gonna approach, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. When I approach and I'm gonna leave this here, this is going to be a highlighter for when we'll get some of the photo. I'll leave that here and then we'll open.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Detective, I'm gonna ask for you to speak as loud as you can so that all the jurors can hear your testimony all the way back into the back of the box, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sir, where do you currently work?
Morris County.
All right, and in what position do you have with Morris County?
I am a detective sergeant with the Morris County Prosecutor's Office.
How long have you been with the Morris County Prosecutor's Office?
7 years.
And what was your capacity for that 7 years with the office?
I was a detective originally, and now I'm currently a sergeant with Major Crimes Unit.
All right. And prior to being with the Morris County Prosecutor's Office, where were you employed?
Prior to joining the Morris County Prosecutor's Office, I was employed with the Sussex County Prosecutor's Office for approximately 2 years.
All right.
Prior to joining Sussex County, I was with the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office for approximately 13 and a half years, the last 7 of which was with the Crime Scene Response Unit.
All right. So now, what particular position did you hold when you were with the crime scene unit?
I was a crime scene technician.
All right. Now, was that a sworn position?
It was.
All right. Now, however, were you, let's say, were you a detective at that time?
No, I was not.
All right. So you were a civilian, but you were in a sworn position.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, what kind of training and experience do you need in order to be a crime scene technician?
Well, I went through 2 distinct trainings, one with the Pennsylvania State Police. It was their basic crime scene school. It was approximately 4 weeks long. And I also attended a 6 weeks, maybe 8-week course with New Jersey State Police Crime Scene Investigation.
All right. And were you called to do any investigations in February of 2024? February 14th of 2014.
Yes, I was.
All right. And were you in that same capacity as a crime scene tech?
I was.
All right. Can you please tell the jury about that?
I received a notification at approximately 11:40 a.m. that morning from my duty supervisor notifying me that there was an apparent homicide in the city of New Brunswick.
All right. And did they ask you to respond to a particular location?
They did.
All right. And do you recall the location they asked you to respond to?
I do.
All right. And what was the address?
28 Hartwell Street in the city of New Brunswick.
All right. And do you remember the approximate time that you arrived at this location?
Just shy of an hour later, approximately 12:30.
Now, can you describe when you arrived what you see?
When I arrived, I saw a significant police presence around that area of 28 Hartwell Street. I observed that New Brunswick Police Department had secured the crime scene area with yellow crime scene tape. Other observations were that there was a significant amount of snow still on the ground, left over from a recent snowstorm that had yet to experience any little to no snow melt.
Right. And at that time when you arrived, was any snow precipitating at that time?
There was a snow event inbound to the area, and yes, it had started currently to snow.
All right. And were there any medics there?
Not that I observed.
Okay. Now, did you see, when you arrived, did you see a body?
I did.
All right. And can you describe to the jury what you saw, the scene that you saw
I
involving the
was
body?
walked through the crime scene. I was directed to the area where the deceased was found. I observed the body of a white male. He was laying on his left side And at that time, he had a white shroud covering him. So he appeared fully clothed, however, there was a white shroud.
And did you notice anything a couple of feet away from this particular body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you notice?
I noticed what appeared to be, to my eyes at that point, a winter coat and a white, off-white object next to that winter coat.
Thank you. Now, did you notice at this point, you mentioned snow, did you notice any footprints?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what significance did that have to you as a crime scene tech at that time?
Well, it had plenty of significance with the weather, inbound, potential for further snow, and the identification of these potential footprints tracking away, either to or away, but it appeared to be tracking away from the deceased. They may be, to our mind, a crime scene investigator, it may have played a part in this crime, in the murder, homicide.
All right, and what is a walkthrough, if you could explain to the jury?
Well, the walkthrough is what you do to break down the crime scene as you arrive, to start to assess the environment you're gonna be working in, take a look around what items of evidence may be immediately noticeable, and start to formulate a plan as to how you are going to conduct your crime scene investigation.
And after you do that walkthrough, do you document the scene in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you take notes of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how do you decide to photograph the scene?
Well, there's a process you go through when you photograph a scene. You start with overall photographs of a location that you're at. Hopefully there's an identifying feature. Then you take overalls of the crime scene or and as you start to enter further into the crime scene, you take medium range shots as you progress through the crime scene. And then once you're in a proximity to where in this case, the deceased was found, you start taking closer photographs of the deceased, but also of the surrounding area. So there's numerous photographs that are going to be taken, either identifying specific pieces of evidence or just general in nature to acclimate the viewer of the photographs to the area.
Thank you. Now, can you tell the jury what placards are as it relates to crime scene investigation?
Sure. Placards are evidence markers, typically plastic. They come in a variety of colors. Typically, a color would be yellow, maybe white, but a color that would contrast to the surroundings. They come in a variety of shapes and sizes. They could be tents, cones, flags. You would place them around a piece of evidence, so when you do photograph, let's say, an expansive crime scene like a city street with maybe, and this is a hypothetical here, with multiple projectiles on the ground, it would identify particular pieces of evidence via that photograph, so the viewer can orient where items were found within that scene.
All right, thank you.
And pardon me, they're typically numbered or lettered.
And in regards to that, did you use any placards in this particular instance?
I did not.
All right, can you explain why not?
Sure. Through my walkthrough of the crime scene, immediately visible were only two pieces of potential evidence. That was the previously mentioned coat, that white object that later was determined to be a bandana that was going to be recovered.
All right,
And I thought, since they contrasted so well against the snow, there was no need for me to put a visual marker on them.
all right, thank you very much. I'm now approaching counsel and showing what has been marked as 101 through 144A. And previously providing discovery as memorials to the case. 101 through 144A down. And I'm also showing defense counsel as we previously provided 477A. And those are gonna be notes. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna ask you to take a moment, detective. Please review S 477A, FPs 101 to 144A. Take a moment to review them and make sure they are a fair and accurate depiction of your notations as well as the photos you took of the scene.
Yes, ma'am. Four 77A appear to be the notes I took contemporaneously to my observations at the scene, as well as the post-mortem examination and a further processing of another item.
All right. Thank you.
Ma'am, I've reviewed exhibits, and they are a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took that morning.
Thank you very much. So now I would ask Your Honor for those photos to be moved into evidence and to be published to the jury.
What are we moving in? Just the
One-
pictures, right?
Just the pictures, just the pictures.
No objection.
101 to
101 to 144A.
Thank you very much. All right, and so Detective, what I'm gonna ask you to do is right to the, right, yep, exactly. And it'll be that top button, point at it, highlight, and then you, exactly.
Understood.
You got it.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so now for the jury, can you please explain what you are picking up at the crime scene in S101?
This is the first, not the first picture, maybe the first picture that I would take for entering the area of the crime scene. It is what I would refer to as a location shot depicting the house number of 28 Hartwell Street.
Thank you. All right, next photo. 101A.
Here is a similar photograph of the previous one. However, now, not only am I capturing the location, 28 Hartwell Street, the residence there located on that plot, I'm also now starting to orient the viewer towards where the crime scene is going to be.
All right, next photo. 104.
So, pardon me, in this photograph, I have taken several steps forward. I am now on the driveway adjacent to the residence at 28 Hartwell Street. Again, it's a general photograph of the area prior to entering the crime scene. You can see the yellow tape affixed to the vehicle and the home.
All right, the next photo. 105.
It's an even closer shot photograph of the previous one. This is facing westbound on towards Robinson Street. Again, I've just taken several steps forward, and I'm just trying to orient the viewer of what the crime scene, as you approach the crime scene, what it looked like.
All right. 106.
Yes, ma'am. This photograph is again, a general photograph that I would start to take to give the viewer a general sense of what the area of the crime scene looks like. To the layman, it looks like it has nothing to do with the crime scene. However, I'm just trying to bring the viewer into the area surrounding the crime scene.
And what is that called, detective, when you're trying to give a 360 view of that area? Can you explain
So,
that?
what you said, I'm trying to bring, I'm gonna pan my photograph, my camera, in this case, from left to right, to give the viewer a 360 view overall of the crime scene, and not just of evidence and the deceased.
All right. Next photo. 107.
As I previously mentioned just moments ago, here I am, I'm just taking making a minor adjustment to my right just to capture the scene.
All right. 108.
Very similar to the previous photograph, again, but just now taking into account more of the backyard. I'm still facing westbound towards Robinson.
Now, detective, you had mentioned prior that you saw a jacket and a bandana when you initially approached near the body. In photo 108, there are other objects there. Can you explain why those were not noted of significance in the investigation?
So during my walkthrough of the initial scene, prior to photographing, all items were viewed. This is a snowboard, sorry, right here. I screwed it up.
No.
So that's a snowboard to this area, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Right there, that's a
Got it,
snowboard.
got it.
That was viewed by myself and my New Brunswick counterpart. It appeared to have nothing to do with the crime. This is a snow shovel over in this end. Again, during my initial walkthrough, it was viewed by myself and my counterpart. Nothing appeared to be relevant to the crime. In the background here, you're gonna start to see the area where the victim was found and that winter coat I observed.
All right, next photo. 109.
Similar to the previous photographs, I'm making a minor adjustment to the camera. I am panning left to right still. Now in a better view, you can see the deceased back here, laying on his side with that white shroud I described. That's the jacket, and that's a snow shovel.
All right, thank you. 110.
For completeness, I'm just continuing to pan the camera to my right.
All right. Next photo. 111.
Now I'm deeper into the crime scene. Here I am taking a photograph. I am trying to give the viewer a spatial relationship between the deceased and that winter coat.
All right. 112.
112, I'm further into the crime scene. It's just a general photograph facing westbound towards Robinson. Again, just attempting to give the viewer a spatial relationship between the deceased and that one item of evidence.
Thank you. 113.
Here I am now. I'm deeper into the crime scene, obviously. The deceased is in the foreground here. I'm shooting westbound towards the area of Robinson Street. I'm trying to show the broken fence, the collapsed fence, and the backyard and residence of that home on Robinson Street.
Now, at this time, are you noting any footprints or anything of that nature as you're going through?
Of course, ma'am. I've already noted them prior to photographing. The footprints will, in the further photographs you'll see, will track away from the fence line of, that separates Hartwell, 28 Hartwell, and what I know now, or known then as 31 Robinson Street. And you could also see plenty of disturbance around the deceased.
All right. Next photo. 114.
It is me just panning the photograph. It's similar to the previous photograph in the sense that I'm just angling my camera or making a minor adjustment to my ring.
Thank you. Next photo, please. 115.
Again, I'm pretty much in the same spot of the previous two photographs. I'm just taking a picture, photographing to my right.
Thank you. 116, please.
This is a close-up photograph of William, known to me as William McCaw, with the shroud still in place as I found him.
All right. Next photo. 117.
This is what we would call an identification shot of sorts, where I'm trying to get a decent picture, a closer picture of the deceased's face, in this case, William's face.
All right. 118.
An even closer view of the devastating wounds this young man, William, suffered to his head and face.
All right. Next photo.
The shroud is removed, obviously, at this point. I'm attempting to get an overall view of William, the deceased, as he was found.
All right. Next photo. Thank you. 120.
What I've done here is I've just transitioned more to my right. I am now standing just off of William's body, taking an overall photograph of him laying in place.
Thank you. 121.
This is again a shot of the wounds of his head and face, in addition to a potential pattern injury on his right hand.
Thank you. 122.
This photograph is what I previously just mentioned. It's a closer view of that pattern injury. May have been a pattern injury. We identified to his right hand.
All right. 123.
Similar as how I conduct the crime scene, my overall photographs of the crime scene, you consider this an overall photographs of the deceased, of William. What I'm simply trying to accomplish here is I'm panning my camera down his body here. I'm showing you his waist.
All right. Thank you. 124.
Completing my overall photographs of the victim, of William's body, I'm now taking a photograph of his boots, his lower legs, and his lower pants.
Thank you. 125.
Here I am standing to the rear or behind William. I'm just trying to get the viewer to see what I'm observing to the rear of his body, his head and to his back.
126.
This photograph would have been taken after the arrival of the medical examiner. He's been moved, obviously, to his back. The medical examiner would have pulled up his shirt, and this is us taking an absence, or I don't want to say absence of injury, there may be injury there that I don't see, but photographing his torso for any artifact or lack thereof on his torso.
Thank you. 127.
127 is a close-up of his left hand.
128.
128 is a close-up of his right hand as it laid after the medical examiner manipulated it.
Thank you. 130.
130, I'm standing obviously at his head, showing the devastating wounds William suffered to his head and face.
Thank you. 138.
138 is a identification photo of the deceased injuries, showing how devastating they were and his eyes swollen shut.
130C.
Is a close-up of those injuries to the head and face.
Thank you. 130D.
130B is just another angle of trying to depict an overall view of William's injuries to his head and face, as well as trying to capture any artifact on his shirt.
All right, that's 130B. The next one is 131.
Now, I'm standing off the body, the shroud is removed. I'm showing the relation, I'm trying to attempt to show the relationship between William's body and that fence line.
Thank you. 132.
Here I am standing off those previously described winter coat. Here you can see the bandana now better. I'm trying to give the viewer a spatial relationship between the deceased and those items.
Thank you. 133.
133 is a close-up picture of the winter coat and the bandana off to its left.
Right. 133A.
133A is myself trying to just circle the evidence to give a 360 view, or attempt to give a 360 view of those items to the viewer.
Now, when you went over by the jacket and the bandana, was there snow over there?
Yes, there was a significant amount of snow.
All right, at any point when you were stepping or collecting the jacket or that particular evidence, did anything occur?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you please explain to the jury what occurred?
At this point, the victim, William's body was removed, and I was about to collect these items of evidence. As I was doing so, I took a step and I went through a portion of snow, a deep snow, and underneath that snow, hidden from view, was a large pool of blood that I stepped into.
Next photo, thank you. 134.
William's body has been removed from the crime scene. The medical examiner has taken custody of him at this point. That is the shroud that he was covered in, and this is the area directly underneath William's body.
Thank you. 135.
135 depicts the bandana as I found it.
Right. 136.
136 is a scaled photograph of that bandana.
137.
Is again just another overall shot of the bandana, trying to show the area around the bandana.
And what did you notice about that snow in that particular area?
Well, it was deep, for one. This was the area, in and around the area where I stepped into that pool of blood. And you can see here the snow appears to be saturated from the blood seeping from the bandana is what I concluded.
Next photo. 137A.
This photograph obviously precedes any of the photographs we just saw. I am now taking a photograph I'm off to the right of our victim, and I'm showing the collapsed fence going towards 31 Robinson Street.
All right. 138.
This would have been the initial, I'm now in the rear yard of 31 Robinson Street. This would be a overall photograph, a general photograph of those foot impressions or those foot tracks that appeared to be tracking away from the victim.
All right, and where do they appear to be trapped? Just one moment, I'm sorry. If we
I'm
could just
sorry.
go back, yes, to 138, where do those footprints appear to be tracking?
So they appeared to start, if you can bear with me, 28 Hartwell Street is to the left of this photograph. They appeared to track from the fence line that we just viewed in the previous photograph, going right towards the rear porch of 31 Robinson Street.
All right, and did you do anything with those once you saw those kind of, did you pay any special attention to those foot tracks?
Well, yes, ma'am, we began to process those tracks.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury what it means to process or attempt to process the tracks?
Well, there's several steps to process this type of evidence, foot impressions, foot tracks. The initial step is to photograph them overall. The second step would be to take a scaled photograph, and then the last steps would be to individualize them in preparation for, if needed, to cast them with dental stone to create a permanent impression of any tracks within that snow.
All right, and we'll go to the next photo. 139.
This is a scaled photograph of one of the prints. You can see the scale here. This is what I saw. It appeared to be devoid of any identifiable impressions.
All right, next photo.
Here I am standing with the fence line is to my back, and I'm trying to orient the viewer the path these tracks were taking.
All right. Next photo is 141A.
This is prior to me entering 31 Robinson Street, clearing that broken fence. I've yet to do so I'm still in 28 Hartwell Street's rear yard. Again, trying to give the viewer a sense of how these foot impressions were tracking towards 31 Robinson Street.
All right, next photo.
This is a blurry photograph. It appears that the camera focused on the pole from the collapsed fence. However, I was attempting to show the viewer just how they tracked again towards 31 Robinson Street.
All right, that's 141B. Next photo. 142.
Here I am at the foot of the porch to 31 Robinson Street.
All right. Thank you. Next photo. 142A.
I'm either on or just off the porch of 31 Robinson Street, trying to document a foot impression here, a
Next.
general overall photograph. And here I am trying to attempt to get a closer view of those foot impressions on the rear porch of 31 Robinson Street.
All right, and that's 142B. Next photo. 143.
143 is a photograph with 31 Robinson Street to my rear. I am trying to orient the viewer to the foot impressions as they go back towards 28 Hartwell Street.
All right, thank you. And 144.
144 is just another angle of William's body from over the fence line of 31 Robinson Street.
144B.
144B is a location shot of 31 Robinson Street.
1911.
911 is similar to the previous photograph, however, I am off to the left of 31 Robinson Street, trying to capture the home number, another location shot.
All right, next photo. 912.
112 is a photograph just off 31 Robinson Street, trying to highlight the alleyway that separates the two properties of 31, and I'm not sure of 29 Robinson Street.
All right, and next photo. 915.
915 is a closer photograph depicting the alleyway. Specifically, I'm trying to give the viewer a view of the alleyway and the snow and what I appear to be a lack of fresh prints in that snow.
Objection as to opinion, Judge.
Oh, okay. In regards to the photos, I believe they were previously moved in through Hyam Greenberg. He said 911, 912, 915.
9/11, 12, and 15.
Through Hyam Greenberg.
I'm sorry?
Through Hyam Greenberg, the previous witness, I believe they're already in evidence.
I objected as to the opinion, not to the evidence.
Right. I was informing the court of where these particular exhibits came from. Counsel's objection.
Objection sustained.
That's fine. So, and you could just say why you took the photo.
Yes, ma'am. This is, again, just a photograph, a closer view of the alleyway, is what I'm referring to it as, the space that separates 31 Robinson Street from 29 Robinson Street.
All right. Next photo. All right. So now, after taking those photos, you mentioned collecting evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you explain what you did with it?
After evidence is collected, in this case, the coat and that bandana, they are each placed in individual paper bags, brown paper bags. They are labeled by me. Typically, a label would include the area where they were recovered, in this case, the rear yard of 28 Hartwell Street. I would date it. I would also probably affix my name somewhere on the brown paper bag. They would be sealed and then secured. I believe at that time, the command post was on site, and I would have placed them in there pending transport to my crime scene facility, where they would be further secured.
All right. And did they stay in the care and custody of the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office when you did that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, did you, first let me just, and you indicated there was a secondary scene with the jacket and the bandana.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'd like to show you a few physical exhibits, please. We're going to start with S9. Your Honor, approaching the witness with what the pre-marks as S9 and counsel previously received. Detective, I'm gonna ask you to please state if you recognize S9.
I do.
All right, what is S9?
That is the winter coat I previously described that I recovered from the crime scene.
All right, and how do you know it was this bag?
Yes, ma'am, that would have been the bag I would have secured that jacket in on that morning or afternoon.
And with the procedure that you just previously explained to the jury?
Yes, ma'am, I could see the tape that I would have sealed the bag in. In addition, I can make out the writing I would have labeled the front of the bag with.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to move in S9 into evidence.
No objection.
S9 in evidence.
And did you notate anything when you were recovering the coat that you appeared to believe was on the jacket?
Yes, ma'am,
And what was that?
a substantial amount of blood.
Your Honor, now approaching the witness with S10. Detective, do you recognize S10?
I do.
And what is S10?
S10 is the bandana I collected at 28 Hartwell Street in the rear yard.
And the markings that you indicated of putting in this specific bag and marking it, do you see that as well?
Yes, ma'am, that is the original packaging I would have placed it in with a date and labeled bandana. And then you can see the tape affixed to the top there where I would have sealed it.
And did you notice anything specific about the bandana you were collecting?
Yes, ma'am,
And what was that?
a substantial amount of blood. And it was still damp at the time, too.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is moving S10 into evidence.
No objection.
S10 in evidence.
From the state supports you with S11.
Hmm.
Detective, do you recognize S11?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what is that?
That is the wallet recovered from the deceased person, William McCall.
All right, and it doesn't have the indications on it of the recovering with the bag and the notations on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state proceeds to move in S11.
No objection.
S11 in evidence.
Approaching now S12. And detective, do you recognize S12?
I do.
All right, what is S12?
S12 is the contents of William's wallet.
All right, and does it have the individual markings of those particular contents?
It does.
All right, and the state seeks to move in S12, Your Honor, into evidence.
Has the content been destroyed?
I'm gonna do that now.
Okay. No,
Pending the description, we'll move.
yeah, it's subject to the description of the contents, Judge. I have no problem with that.
S12 in evidence.
Thank you very much. Now, Detective, in regards to S12, there are multiple items there, correct?
Correct.
All right, and where were those items found?
They were found within the jeans of William McCall, specifically within his wallet.
All right, and so the particular wallet, which was S11, that was found in his front left pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and within the wallet, the contents in X12 were found within the wallet. $4 of cash?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, was a Bank of America card found in his wallet?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a Capital One Bank Visa card found?
Yes, ma'am.
Bank of America debit card?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a Tennessee driver's license bearing the name William Robert McCall found?
Yes, ma'am.
Was an expired driver's license bearing the name of likeness of the particular victim also found?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then was a Kane University student ID card for the victim found as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And an Aetna ID card, was that found as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And a Blue Cross Blue Shield card? that was
Yes,
also
ma'am.
found. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then finally, I'm approaching Your Honor with S13.
Okay.
Approaching with S13. Do you recognize S13?
I do.
And what is that?
S13 is a phone cover.
All right, and it has the same markings on the bag that you recovered from.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to move in S13.
I don't have a problem.
S13 in evidence.
Now, Detective, in regards to S13, where exactly did you recover that from the victim?
That was recovered from the victim's winter coat.
All right, and when you say the winter coat, was it in a pocket, or where was it specifically
It
located?
was in a pocket.
All right, was the phone case located with the wallet?
No.
Okay, so the wallet was found in the pants pocket,
Correct.
the phone case was found in the big jacket pocket?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, so now, in regards to this particular investigation, were you asked to go to any other scene to do, again, take photographs?
A scene specifically?
Well, let's go to the autopsy. Were you
Sure.
asked to go to the autopsy?
I was, ma'am.
All right, and so on what date, I believe February 16, 2014, were you asked to photograph the autopsy of William McCauley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and can you describe to the jury what your purpose is to go to the autopsy and take these photos?
Yes, ma'am. It is to document the post-mortem examination of William at that time. And any subsequent photographs I may have taken during that examination would have been at the behest of the doctor performing the examination.
And where is this conducted at?
At the Morris County Medical Examiner's Office, pardon me, the Middlesex County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right, thank you. And who's present at this particular autopsy?
It would have been myself, Sergeant Fred DeLong, Dr. Falzone, and I do not recall the technician's name or his assistant, however they're referred to.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to show you now what's been pre-marked as 145 through 167. If you want to be retro, you can be. That's fine. Your Honor, we are going to go up to 161 based on counsel's objection to it at this time with this witness. It's fine, so we're going to withdraw we're only going up to 162, Your Honor. So it's going to be, I'm going to have the witness review from 145 to 161. One. Thank you very much. And Detective, again, as previously, please take your time to review those photos. Just make sure those are photos that you've taken, and that they are a fair and accurate depiction of what you photographed at the autopsy.
did not appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took on the day of the postmortem examination.
All right, thank you. So at this time, the state would ask them to be viewed into evidence and then to be displayed on the published to the jury.
No objection as to those pictures.
That's 145 to 161. Can I see counsel at side?
You guys are.
So we're gonna, everybody can see the TV? Feel free at any point to stand up, move over, switch, however you need to do. But if we can be of assistance, moving it up, that's fine. Right, so what I'm gonna ask at this time is that we take our mid-morning recess. Please don't talk about the case. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
I will continue with the witness, but I'm gonna start with the first row. I just wanna make sure each juror can see it before I continue, and if not, I
Can everybody see the screen as it's situated now?
You guys are seeing it?
Yeah. Yeah, if you need to stand or, you know, just let us know if it's not clearly visible, all right?
All right, thank you very much. All right, Detective, so you recognize those photos as a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took at the autopsy?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to move into evidence 145, S-145 to S-161.
No objection.
So 145 to 161.
And to have them published to the jury. All right. Detective, now are you able to see it? If not,
Absolutely not. May I step down?
absolutely. All right, there we go. And if you could just start with 145. I think you flipped it once up. Go back one if you can get, thank you. All right, can you explain to the jury what's being depicted in S-145?
What's being depicted here is the start of the post-mortem examination. The bag that William's body was removed with is being opened, and I'm taking an overall photograph of his remains.
All right, and can you explain to the jury the, what's going on with his hands?
Yes, ma'am. What you're seeing on his hands are brown paper bags that the medical examiner's investigator affixed to each hand in order to preserve any potential evidence that may be on those hands or underneath his nails, just to preserve that evidence during his transport
All right.
from the scene to the morgue.
Thank you. All right, let's move to S-145A.
It's not dissimilar from the previous photograph, only that now the bag has been removed, and I'm taking an overall photograph of William's torso.
All right, thank you very much. S-146.
S-146, the bag is in place, however, not dissimilar to the way I conduct crime scenes. We're now I'm now taking a photograph, panning from his head down to his waist level.
All right, thank you. S-146A.
S-146A is now a photograph of William's body, the mid-level, the mid portion of his body, the waist portion, but now you can see those brown paper bags have been removed by the medical examiner.
All right. S-147.
Is a picture of William's legs, lower portion of his body, including his footwear.
Thank you. Next photo.
This photo, S5, is a photograph of William's shirt that was removed by the medical examiner. I'm taking a photograph of the front of the shirt.
All right, the next photo.
It's the same shirt, however, it's been turned over, and I'm taking a photograph of the rear portion, the rear side, back side of his shirt.
All right, now what is that area, I guess, around that he's being shown on this particular exhibit?
This area here, that's a mixture of moisture and blood coming off William's shirt still.
And I want to make sure we're notating the right exhibit for the record, Detective, so I'm just going to grab these particular photos and make sure that they are in the center. One moment. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And now go right ahead to the next photo.
S6A is a photograph of Williams' boxer shorts that were removed from his body, the front of his boxer shorts.
All right, and what, when you took that photo, what were you highlighting on that photo?
You can see the dark staining, potential as apparent blood to me, as well as moisture.
Okay, the next photo, S6.
S6 depicts the rear of those boxer shorts. It's not the best photo. It's darkened. However, you can still see moisture coming off the boxer shorts.
Next photo. S7.
S7A is a photograph of Williams' jeans that have now been removed by the medical examiner. Here you can see some moisture, some dampness still on those jeans, as well as what I believe to be blood on his the top portion of his jeans.
All right. The next photo.
Next portion is just, again, those jeans are flipped over. This is the backside of those jeans. You can see, since they've been flipped over, the remnants of that moisture I described, as well as some blood seepage or apparent blood seepage onto that paper.
Thank you. All right. S140.
S148, the examination is now going to begin. The more thorough examination is about to begin. Williams' clothes have been removed, and this is a photograph of him in that state.
Okay. S149.
S149 again is similar to the previous photograph. Williams' clothing has been removed. The previous photograph I didn't describe was showing his torso and his head and face. However, this S149 is now depicting Williams' midsection as well as his upper thighs.
Next photo.
Is a photograph. S150 is a photograph again of me panning down Williams' body, depicting his legs and his bare feet.
All right. S151.
S151 was taken at the behest of the doctor. Here is a photograph of his forearm and any potential injuries the doctor identified.
S152.
S152 is a scale photograph of that pattern injury that the doctor is now highlighting.
All right. Next photo. S153.
Is a close-up. S153 is a close-up photograph of those the previously described apparent pattern injury to Williams' right hand, the top of Williams' right hand.
All right. Next photo.
Next photo, S154, is a photograph of Williams' left hand. The doctor is attempting, I believe, to highlight a injury to that hand.
Thank you. The next photo.
Is a close-up. S155 is a close-up photograph of the previous photograph of the doctor attempting to identify or memorialize an injury to Williams' left hand.
S156.
S156 is a photograph of the back of Williams' head. A portion of his hair has been shaved to demonstrate, or rather show more clearly, a wound suffered to the back of his head.
Thank you. The next photo. S157.
S157 is a photograph of the previous photograph. However, it is a close-up of that wound to the back of Williams' head.
Thank you. The next photo.
S158 is a photograph depicting the injuries suffered to Williams' head and face on the right side of his body. You'll notice that portions of his hair has been shaved to just highlight the wound more clearly.
All right. S158.
S158A is a close-up photograph of a wound suffered to the head and face of William. The doctor is attempting to just document that one more closely.
Thank you. S159.
S159 is what we would refer to as an identification photograph of the deceased, of William's face.
Thank you. S160.
S160 is a photograph of the upper lips and teeth of Williams' mouth. The doctor is attempting to show any injury or lack thereof.
S-161.
S-161 is the reverse of the previous photograph. Here, the doctor has pulled back Williams' lower lips and is attempting to show any potential injury or lack thereof to his.
Thank you very much, Detective. Last year, please, to proceed, and we'll go through any items that were taken from this particular autopsy. So, Detective, after this autopsy, did you take any items with you to collect into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you first what's pre-marked as S-14. Our first witness, and you can just explain to the jury what S-14 is.
S-14?
S-14.
S-14 is Williams' shirt, T-shirt that he was wearing the night. It was removed by the medical examiner and given to me to secure. It was placed in that brown paper bag. It's very similar to the way I would have collected the previously mentioned coat and bandana. It is sealed and then maintained by me at the crime scene.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, at this time, the state.
No objection.
Thank you. Showing the counsel in pre-marked as S-15. Please explain S-15 to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. S-15 is Williams' blue jeans that were removed from his body at the post-mortem examination. Below that, you see the brown paper bag. I secured that item.
And the indication that you made on the photos in regards to the jeans about the notations of the wet and that you saw, it's a fair and accurate depiction minus that particular, also having that particular feature.
Correct. It is since dried, and yeah, it still resembles what I remember it to be.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to move S-15 into evidence.
No objection.
S-15 evidence.
All right, pushing with S-16.
No objection.
All right, Detective, I'm approaching with S-16. Will you please explain the 16 to the jury?
Yes, ma'am. S-16 are Williams' boxer shorts that were removed from his remains at the post-mortem examination. Along with the brown paper bag, I would have secured them.
Thank you very much. The state seeks to move S-16 into evidence.
No objection.
16 in evidence.
Now, Detective, during the autopsy, were you requested to take any swabs of the victim, William McCall?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and can you explain to the jury what swabs, why you take the swabs, and what particular swabs you took them?
Just for clarification, I don't perform the swabbing.
Yep.
The swabs are taken by either the doctor or the technician. They are done, there's swabbings of his hands, both wet and dry usually, and then they are sealed and given to me, and I place them in a brown paper bag.
All right, and those, when you collect those, how are they collected?
They're collected from the doctor and they're placed into a brown paper bag, and then they're brought with me back to crime scene.
Showing counsel what's been pre-marked as S-74 through S-85.
So 74 through 85?
Yes.
Those are females. Females?
Yep. Good. All right, Your Honor, the state's approaching with S-74 through S-85. Detective, I'm gonna place these items in front of you. If you could just explain again for the jury what those are in relation to the swabs that you recovered and the nail clippings you recovered from the victim.
Yes, ma'am. What I'm reviewing now appeared to be what I collected at the time of Williams' post-mortem examination. These are swabs from both hands that were taken by the doctor and presented to me. They were sealed, and I would have placed them into either a brown paper bag or a manila envelope for transport back to my facility. Each hand gets multiple swabs. Here, what was given to me in this packet, which is S84, are fingernail clippings from the victim's, from William's right hand. This was again performed by either the doctor or his technician or assistant. S85 are the nail clippings from William's left hand that were taken by the doctor or his technician, and they were given to me at the conclusion of the post-mortem examination and brought back with me to the crime scene facility.
All right, thank you very much. And finally, S926. Showing the council. I'm just gonna show you S926. What is that?
Yes, ma'am. This S92 or 926 would be Williams' FDA card. It is, layman's terms, a blood sample taken from William to use for future comparison if needed.
All right. And were all of those items taken by you and placed in the care and custody and control of the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, ma'am. Each and every one. Thank you.
All right, Detective, so we're gonna move on now. Did you have the opportunity, were you assigned to go to another scene involving the victim's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and specifically, did you learn that the victim's vehicle was found in New Brunswick?
I did.
All right, and you were advised that you needed to go to that, where did you go to do your examination of that vehicle?
The vehicle was, from where it was found, it was transported back to the New Brunswick Police Department headquarters, specifically at Sallyport Garage area.
All right, and did you take any photographs of this particular vehicle?
I did.
Showing council what's been marked as 168 through 170. All right, Your Honor, approaching with 168 through 178. All right, Detective, take a moment. Please review those photos to make sure they are a fair and accurate depiction of what you photographed of the victim's vehicle.
Ma'am, I've reviewed these photographs, and they are a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took that morning. I processed the victim's car.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so, Your Honor, the state requests to publish these photos to the jury. Thank you. All right, we will start with 161.
May I step down?
Absolutely, and we'll make sure that each juror can see before. All right, go right ahead, Detective. Can you please explain what's in 161?
Yes, ma'am. S168,
Oh, well, thank you very much, Detective. 168.
you're welcome, is a photograph of the front of Williams' car as it's situated in New Brunswick's garage or Sallyport.
All right, let's move to the next photo.
Not unlike how I would do at a crime scene location, I am taking overall photographs of the vehicle. Here I am at the rear fender, right rear fender, taking a photograph of the vehicle before searching it.
All right, the next photo?
I
That's
open-
S170.
S170 is a photograph of both the front passenger door and right passenger door are open, but specifically I am photographing the front passenger compartment.
All right, thank you. The next photo?
I have taken a step back. I am now photographing the rear passenger compartment on the right side.
All right, next photo.
Next photo, S-172, is a photograph of Williams' trunk, the vehicle's trunk, and the contents before searching.
All right, the next photo, 173.
I have made my way into the vehicle, and I'm now photographing what I guess you would call the armrest console holder with, it's opened, and I'm photographing the contents prior to searching.
Thank you. The next photo, 174.
S-174 is a prescription bottle I removed from that console.
All right, and S-175.
S-175 is a photograph of that said prescription bottle with the lid taken off, and I'm photographing the empty contents of that prescription bottle.
Or did you find any contents within that bottle?
No.
The next photo?
Items have,
176.
S-176, I apologize.
No, not at all.
S-176 is an additional photograph of that console with some items removed. Now I'm photographing what was underneath the items we had removed.
Thank you. The next photo?
Is a photograph of underneath the driver's seat, I believe, and that's what appears to be a cellular telephone.
All right, and that's 177.
Correct.
And the next photo? 178?
178, it depicts that cellular telephone now on the seat, as well as additional personal belongings.
All right, I believe that, those are the photos that we're going to show here. And did you take any physical items from this particular vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me show you. S-25 showing console, S-24, S-23, and S-22. Approaching with the 4 items, Your Honor. Detective, please advise if you recognize S-23, S-24, S-25, and S-22.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you could just explain to the jury what those items are.
S-22 is an Apple iPhone that was recovered from that console underneath the armrest. S-23 is that cellular telephone, the red in color, that was recovered from underneath the seat. It's further described as a Verizon LG flip phone. S-24 is a packaged, the object, the prescription pill bottle is packaged within this manila envelope that I recovered from the center console. And S-25 is a laptop we recovered from Williams' car.
All right. Thank you very much. Connor, at this time, state 16, before I move it in, Your Honor, this S-24, what is contained within S-24? I can give you a pair of gloves for you just to please show the jury what's contained in S-24.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open S-124. It's a manila envelope.
And I believe that's S-24.
I'm sorry, yes, S-24. I'm opening up that manila envelope and I'm going to remove the pill bottle, the prescription pill bottle I previously described. I photographed from within Williams' car.
Thank you very much. Is everyone able to? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Detective. Now, Your Honor, the state seeks to move in S-22, S-23, S-24, and S-25.
No objection.
All right, Detective, moving on. Were you called out to go photograph at another scene at 64 Plum Street in New Brunswick, New Jersey?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right, so let's start with those photos. We're going to go through S-10 to S-210 to S-29.
What was that last number, 10 to what?
292.
Sure, no problem. Detective, in regards to the vehicle, do you recall the date that you did your photographing of that particular vehicle?
I do.
Okay, and what's the date of that, sir?
It was February 16th. It preceded or was after the postmortem examination, I believe.
All right, thank you very much. In regards to 64 Plum Street, do you recall what date you were called out to that location to
Yep.
photograph that location?
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and can you please advise the jury of when you photographed the location?
It was March 20th of 2014.
All right, thank you very much. Good. And these are both previously provided. Thank you very much. All right, Your Honor, again, it's gonna be S10 through S92. 292. Ooh, 292. And Your Honor, I'm approaching.
It's not 200 pictures. That's.
No, it's from 210 to 290.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
All right, so I am approaching with 210, so 292. Detective, please take a moment, review those photos to be able to advise if they are a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs you took of 64 Plum Street.
exhibits, and they are a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took that evening of 64 Plum Street.
Thank you very much. At this time, the state would ask to have photos published and to use into evidence once they're published. Okay?
What happened?
210 through 219.
Yeah, no objection.
In evidence.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you to please stand up again, and we're gonna go through the photos that, thank you. All right, let's start with 210.
Yes, ma'am. 210 is a photograph depicting the front stoop or steps of 64 Plum Street.
All right, next photo.
S208 is what I refer to as a location photograph depicting the front entrance, the front door to 64 Plum Street as well. Did I do that?
That's a,
It was depicting the house number of 64 Plum Street.
okay, let's move to S214.
S214, I have made my way into 64 Plum Street. The front door is to my rear. These steps were immediately to my right.
All right, S215.
S215 is again on the first floor of 64 Plum Street. The entrance to 64 Plum is in this area back here that's not seen. Those are the steps I described. That was the first room on the right. I am now within that room and I'm photographing what I see looking out towards those staircase,
All
that
right.
foyer.
Thank you. S216.
S216 is a photograph of a red tool case that was located right next to the staircase leading to the second floor of 64 Plum Street.
S217.
S217 is a content photograph of that tool case that was taken by me.
All right, the next photo, 218.
It's just another view of the contents of that toolbox, the contents of that toolbox I took.
Thank you. 219.
219 is a photograph of the door that leads to the cellar or basement located behind the stairs of 64 Plum Street.
Thank you. Next photo.
S220 is a photograph of me making entry into that stairwell that would lead down to the basement of 64 Plum Street.
Thank you very much. 221.
S221 is I am standing at the top of the stairs photographing down towards the basement located at 64 Plum Street.
All right. The next photo, 222.
S222, I have made my way down the stairs. I am situated now in the basement located at 64 Plum Street, and I am taking a photograph of the area behind the staircase.
All right, thank you. Next photo, 223.
223 is a photograph depicting an area of interest that was I'm photographing prior to doing any manipulation.
All right. 224.
S224 depicts a washer and dryer, 2 wash machines and 1 dryer.
All right. And in regards to those washers, did you do anything?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what did you do with those washers?
Swabs were taken from the interior of both washing machines.
Thank you very much. Go to 225. Thank you.
S225 was a wrench found on the floor of the basement.
All right. 226.
S226, I am now out of the basement. I am making my way up the stairs to the second floor of 64 Plum Street.
Great. Next photo, 229.
S229, I am now on the second floor. I've made entry into what I would describe as a common area located on that second floor of 64 Plum Street.
All right. 230.
S230, I'm further within that common area. I have stepped into the room, and now I'm taking a photograph of the floor of that common area.
Thank you. The next photo, please. 231.
S231, I'm further into that room, that common area room of 64 Plum Street located on the second floor. Here you can see a set of spiral staircase, a spiral staircase that leads to the third floor.
Thank you. Next photo, 232.
S232, I'm just taking an overall photograph of the contents found on the floor of 64 Plum Street.
S233.
S233 is a photograph of the contents on the floor of that common area just to the left of the spiral staircase leading to the third floor.
All right. 234.
S234 is I am now in the corner of that common area on the second floor of 64 Plum Street. I am taking a photograph of what appears to be the kitchen dining area of the second floor.
Thank you. 235?
S235, I'm at the threshold of that the previously described kitchen and dining area. I'm taking a photograph of the floor of the kitchen.
236?
S236 is similar to the previous photograph. I'm just taking now a eye-level photograph of the kitchen and dining area or eating area of the kitchen located on that second floor of 64 Plum Street.
Thank you. Next photo, 238.
S238 is a photograph of the open door to one of the bedrooms located on that second floor of 64 Plum Street.
All right, was that the first bedroom?
The first bedroom, correct.
Next photo. Thank you.
I am now at the doorway of that first bedroom. I am taking a photograph of the contents found on the floor.
All right, that's S240.
S241, I have taken a step, one or two steps into the bedroom, and I'm now photographing to my left.
All right, 242.
S242 is a similar photograph of the previous one. However, I am now taking a photograph of the bed as I found it.
243.
S243, I have taken, I'm all the way into the bedroom. I have closed the door, and I'm taking a photograph of my observations of the doorway leading out towards the hallway of that first floor, of that second floor of the first bedroom.
Thank you very much. 244.
244 is I'm taking a photograph of the contents to my right within that first floor, second floor, first bedroom.
245.
S245 is a photograph of the contents, the shelving, that armoire, it's not an armoire, that shelving unit to my left, and the contents contained therein or thereon.
Thank you. 246.
S246, I just painted my camera slightly to the right to get more of the room and that shelving unit into focus, to show the contents located on the shelves.
And that panning, is that what you described before, so you can kind of get that 360 view of that room, how you're seeing it, to
That's-
capture the photos?
That's correct, ma'am.
Go to 247.
I am now outside that first bedroom on the second floor. I am standing in the middle of the kitchen. I am trying to give the viewer of an idea of my next step. Here I'm taking a photograph of a hallway that starts, it shows here on the right, the second bedroom. Right there, that is a doorway to a second bedroom. And what is not visible yet, we may see it, is a rear exit that would lead down to the backyard of 64 Plum Street.
All right, 248.
S248, the refrigerator that we saw in the previous photograph is directly to my left. I am now within that hallway of the second floor of 64 Plum. That rear exit I described is shown right here. The door is open. There is decking and a staircase that would lead down to the backyard. To my left is a bathroom, and to my right is a second bedroom located on the second floor of 64 Plum.
Thank you. 249.
S249, I'm at the threshold of the bathroom I just described, taking contents of the floor, the linen closet, and whatever else is depicted in that photograph.
Next photo. Go right ahead.
S250 is a photograph, or 256, pardon me, is a photograph of that second bedroom on the second floor of 64 Plum. However, I'm already within the bedroom, and I'm in the far right corner.
257.
S257 is I'm in the center of that, of the bed frame that you previously saw in the previous photograph, and I'm just taking a photograph of, a typical photograph of me about to pan to my right.
258.
S258 is a similar photograph of the previous one, in that now I am taking a photograph of the ground level of what I observed on the floor of that second bedroom.
Thank you. Next photo.
S260 is a photograph of me going further to my right. I'm still in the same spot roughly, and I'm taking a photograph panning to my right.
Next photo. 264.
S264, I've exited that second bedroom, and this is the staircase, spiral staircase that leads to the third floor of 64 Plum Street.
265.
S265, 266 is I am now at the top of that spiral staircase on the third level of 64 Plum Street. I'm photographing the way I just came and the contents, the personal belongings that are located in that small little area nook just to the left of the staircase.
All right, the next photo.
S265 is a photograph of me now beginning to pan to my right on the third floor, and I'm attempting to get a photograph of this doorway, the room I'm about to enter, and the contents that were in and around that area as well.
All right, go right ahead, next photo.
S269, I'm already in that floor that I highlighted in the previous photograph, and I'm taking a photograph of the desk that was located within that living area.
Thank you. 270.
Is another photograph, just to me panning my camera slightly to the left, taking a photograph of the contents located on that desk.
271.
S271 is again me panning my camera to the left, trying to capture what is ground level on the floor, just next to the desk.
272.
S272, I've exited that particular living area, and I'm now about to make my way towards this room right here. It was the second area.
Thank you. 273.
S273, I have taken a step into that room, and I'm now photographing the contents that I observed on the floor of that second living area on the third floor.
274.
S274 is, I'm making a slight adjustment with my camera, now taking a photograph to the left of what I previously photographed or showed you. And I'm taking, again, a general photograph of the contents as I found them on the floor of that second bedroom or second living area on the third floor.
Thank you. 275.
It is again me panning to my left, taking a general photograph of the contents that were located in the far left portion of that living area.
276.
276 is a photograph of the sleeping area and the contents in and around that sleeping area. It's a general photograph.
277.
S277 is a photograph where I just again slightly move my camera to the right, again attempting to take a photograph of the contents on the floor and bed of that second bedroom located on the third floor of 64 Plum Street.
Thank you very much. 278.
S278 is a photograph, a general photograph of the couch and the contents on the floor of that second bedroom located on the third floor of 64 Plum Street.
279.
S279 is a more directed shot of the contents located on the bed located in that second bedroom or second room located on the third floor of 64 Plum Street.
Next photo. 280.
S280 is a photograph of the contents directly off the bed on the floor. It appears to depict 2 Gatorade bottles and various other items on the floor.
281.
S281 is just me trying to capture another angle of any of the furthest left portion of the room and the contents that are contained within that on that desk and in those cubbies, as well as what's on top.
282.
S282 again is a slight adjustment from the previous photograph, where I'm now panning my camera to the left, taking a photograph of the contents of those cubbies and anything that would be visible on the floor.
All right. 286.
S286, we have left the interior of 64 Plum Street. This is a exterior photograph of the garage that was located on the premises of 64 Plum Street.
287.
S287, I am standing at the doorway leading into the garage. And this is a photograph depicting the general contents of that garage.
288.
S288 is a photograph of, I'm at the threshold of the entrance to the garage, and I'm just taking a photograph of what is observed to my immediate left.
289.
S289 is a photograph of the shelving components on the right wall, right side, the right-hand wall.
And 290.
S290 is I'm trying to get a medium range shot, trying to orient the viewer directly towards that middle or that bottom shelving unit.
291?
S291, I'm trying to show the contents on that bottom shelf.
And 292.
S292 is a more directed photograph of a blue pipe or a blue metal metallic handle.
All right, thank you very much, Detective. I'm going to ask you to please take your seat again. And inquire now, were there any items that you took after your photographing and so forth that you collected for evidentiary purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go through those items with you now. Showing counsel is going to be marked as S44, S45.
Yeah.
Approaching with S44 and S45. Detective, if you could please tell the jury what these two items are.
Yes, ma'am. S44 and 45 are swabs. S44 is a swab for the interior of the washing machine that I labeled left. That translates, when I'm looking at the washing machines, the washing machine to my immediate left, when facing it. S45 is a swab from the interior of a washing machine that I labeled to my right. These were packaged by me and sealed.
All right, and all has been previously seen by counsel. S46 and S47 approaching. 46, and a label, and these have labels on them, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
That helps to indicate what the contents are.
Yes, ma'am. S46 was New Jersey ID only of Timothy Puskas.
Right?
And S47 is that blue metal rod that was in the last photograph we saw
All right.
from the garage.
Approaching with S48 and S49. Please advise the jury.
S48 is the wrench I recovered from the basement located at 64 Plum Street. S49 is the large wrench that was recovered from the toolbox that was located in the foyer that was adjacent to the staircase in that first floor.
All right, and those are the photographs that we saw, particularly in the photos that we just showed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Approaching with S50 and S51. You recognize the writings, the information contained here.
This is not my hammer. This is a hammer that was recovered from the third floor bedroom located at 64 Plum Street.
Correct. But it was located at 64 Pond Street.
Correct.
And while you're at these scenes, you're not the only local individual from law enforcement at the particular site.
That is correct.
Approaching with S52 and S53. S52.
S52 is the Black & Decker wrench that was recovered from the toolbox, that red toolbox located near the staircase in the foyer
All right.
of 64 Plum Street.
Thank you very much. And then we're going to do S. S53 was also recovered as a part of the investigation, correct?
Correct. S53 is labeled brass piping that was recovered from 64 Plum Street.
All right. And all of these items here have that tape that you indicated that would seal it for what purpose?
Well, once you recover an item of evidence and place it in a bag, you seal it with tamper-proof tape to maintain its integrity within the bag.
And you were able to also photograph the items that we just discussed previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And those items, they were taken in the normal procedure so that they could be in the care and custody of the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office?
That's correct, ma'am.
All right, and was there another scene that you processed in connection with this particular investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, was it 113 South Street in Milltown, New Jersey?
Yes, it was.
And specifically, do you recall what date you did that particular photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what was that date?
It was the next day, March 21st, 2014.
All right, and did you go to that location take some photographs?
I did.
Showing counsel. S93 through S336. All right, Your Honor, I'm approaching those exhibits for the detective to review. Detective, if you could please review these photos to make sure they are all a fair and accurate depiction of the photos that you took on March 21st of 2014, and advises of same.
What are the numbers?
The numbers are 293, 294, 296, 301, 301A, 302, 303, 304. 305. 306, 307C, 307E, 307F, 308, 309, 332, 333. Sorry, it's not
Go ahead.
slow down.
Hold up.
334, 335, and 336.
Ma'am, I've reviewed the exhibits, and they are a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took on that early morning or afternoon where we processed 113 South Street.
All right, thank you very much, Detective. Your Honor, at this time, the state will request for the exhibits to be placed in evidence and published to the jury.
Can we be heard, Judge?
Is it on the photo? Specific?
Are we talking about the photos?
The photos.
Yes.
Oh, no, Judge. I was daydreaming. I'm sorry.
And I asked for them to be published.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
objection, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And Detective, I'm gonna also ask if you could please stand again, and please just direct the jury through your photos.
S293 is a location photograph depicting the front exterior of 113 South Street, Milltown.
Thank you. S294,
S294 is depicting the first floor of 113 South Street, Milltown. I've just entered into the residence.
S296,
S296 is, I'm taking a general photograph of the contents on that reclining chair.
S301,
S301, I am taking a general photograph of the personal contents or the contents located on on that tabletop, as well as on what appears to be a couch.
S301A.
S301A, again, is I am within the kitchen. I am taking a general photograph of the contents as I found them within that area of 113 South Street, Milltown.
All right, S302?
S302 is a photograph depicting some of the items located on that tabletop next to that couch previously described.
S305?
S305, I'm still within that kitchen area. I am taking a general photograph of the contents located on that countertop next to the sink.
S306?
S306 is a more directed photograph of the cellular devices that were located on that kitchen countertop next to the sink.
S307C?
S307C, I have entered into a bedroom area located on the first floor of 113 South Street, Milltown. I am taking a photograph of the contents on the floor next to the bed, or at the foot of the bed, I'm sorry.
S307E?
S307E is similar to the previous photograph, where I'm just moving the camera to my right.
S307F?
S307F is a general photograph of that bedroom area, where I'm taking an overall picture, if you will, of just the bed and the contents on a nightstand, as well as what's on that shelving unit in the corner.
S308?
S308 is a photograph of that nightstand, as well as the floor to the, I guess, to the left of that bed, to my right.
Okay. S309?
S309, again, is a more general photograph of the contents of the floor of that area off the bed, off the left side of the bed, my right.
Right.
S332.
Yes.
I exited 113 South Street, Milltown, and I'm photographing the shed that was located on that property.
S333?
S333, I've entered into that shed, and I'm attempting to photograph the contents of that shed.
S334?
S334 is I am panning my camera to the right of, from within that shed. I'm taking a photograph of what's eye level.
S335?
S335 is a photograph of a tool that was recovered from this bag, that tool bag that was located on this tote.
And S336?
S336 is a further photograph of that same tool, which is now known to me to be a 10-inch nail puller.
All right, and now, from this particular location, thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah.
Tucker. From this location, did you recover items as well?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Detective, I'm approaching with S59. Please advise the jury of what is contained in S59 based on the writing that you can explain to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. These are black New Balance sneakers that was recovered from 113 South Street, Milltown.
All right. And was it indicated who those sneakers belong to?
Well, it's not indicated on the bag.
But through your crime scene, was that pulled out for a reason?
Yes.
All right, and what was that reason?
It was believed to belong to the defendant.
And I'm gonna show you what. S70, S71, and S69. Please explain to the jury what S69, S70, and S71 are for the jury.
S69 is a Mac Mini. I believe it's a hard drive that was recovered from within 113 South Street, Milltown. S70 is a 4 gigabyte thumb drive that was recovered at 113 South Street, Milltown. S71 is a 64 gigabyte thumb drive that was recovered at 113 South Street, Milltown.
I'm gonna approach with S70, S61. approaching witness. He advised the jury with S61.
S61, wait, hold it.
You can think,
S61 is the 10-inch nail puller that was recovered from that shed, as well as the packaging it was contained in, the original packaging it was contained in.
all right. And were you requested to recover any other items in relation to Timothy Puskas that came off of this person?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing S35, S33, and S36. I'm just gonna ask you to explain to the jury what S32 is first, please. Yes, I got it.
S32 is labeled the jacket from Timothy Puskas, the defendant.
All right, and what date was that recovered?
It was recovered on March the 21st, 2014.
And now item S35.
S35 is labeled the sneakers recovered from Tim Puskas on March 21st, 2014. The sneakers he was wearing.
And S33.
S33 are the pants recovered from the person of Timothy Puskas on March 21st, 2014.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. All right, I have no further questions for the witness.
The pictures that you were just shown by the state are not all the pictures that you took in this case, correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Approximately how many pictures did you take in combination?
It
Yeah.
encompassing the entire investigation?
Yeah,
I'd
1,000 maybe?
I'd venture to guess, if not 1,000, several hundred.
Okay. So you just saw today it was a fraction of that, correct?
Correct.
We didn't see close-up pictures of the drugs that were found in the attic at 64 Plum Street, correct?
That's correct.
We didn't see pictures of your Blue Star examination of 64 Plum Street, correct?
Correct.
We didn't see any smudges of blood that you later recovered or swabbed from 64 Plum Street, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, those does not come back to Mr. Puskas, correct? Detective McNoon, we saw a portion of the photos, right?
Correct.
We did not, and we saw 2 swabs of 2 washing machines, or I don't know how many swabs are in each one.
Correct.
Probably more than 2.
I believe there were maybe 4.
Okay, so 2 and 2.
Correct.
Dry and wet?
More than likely.
Okay. So we saw the swabs of the 2 washing machines, and we saw a portion of the photos, right?
Correct.
We did not see all the photos that you took of 64 Plum Street, correct?
Correct.
We did not see any close-up pictures of the drugs that were found in the attic of 64 Plum Street, correct?
Correct.
You took those.
Correct.
We also did not see or hear anything about any other swabs that you took from 64 Plum Street, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you took some other pictures of smudges of what appeared to be blood, correct?
Correct.
There was a couple of drops on the stairs, if you recall.
Correct.
There's a couple of drops on the entryway,
Correct.
if I'm remembering right.
Exterior
Exterior and up the
interior.
stairs.
Of the interior. Correct.
There was a smudge inside on the bathroom wall or
Correct.
door,
The frame.
and then maybe some others.
Possible.
You swabbed them all
Correct.
because we're looking for
Evidence.
linkage, right?
Sure,
Linkage between the victim and this house, correct?
potentially,
Linkage between this victim and Mr. Puskas, correct?
correct,
That's why we swab areas that appear to be blood, correct?
correct,
And you swab everything that you, as a crime scene technician, determined to be or could be evidence of linkage in this case,
correct.
from this place,
From 64 Plum Street?
and from any other place.
Correct,
So, you also you sprayed Tim's entire room with Blue Star.
correct,
And Blue Star is, there's a couple names, but that's the brand, right? It's like, what's the other one called? I forget.
luminol.
Luminol is the other one.
I should clarify, they're different chemicals.
Oh, that's right. So you use Blue Star.
Correct,
And Blue Star is a chemical that you spray, and blood or biological material kind of illuminates.
I'm not sure if it would illuminate anything other than blood.
Okay, so we'll stick to blood. I mean,
Sure.
that's really the best, right? We're
Correct.
gonna get DNA from blood, right?
Correct,
So we're looking to see if there is illumination in an area that you sprayed with Blue Star, correct?
correct,
And you did that in Tim's entire room, right?
correct.
Oh, in fact, I also forgot a place where there was some a smudge of blood. There was a little bit on the bed frame, right?
I don't recall a little bit on the bed frame.
Okay, well, maybe I'm forgetting. But whatever, you swabbed everything, right?
Correct.
So you sprayed his whole room. Did you spray any other areas in the house?
No, sir.
We sprayed the room because that's a localized area, correct?
Correct,
And that's where a person would go in, when they come home, presumably at some point during the day or during the night, correct?
sure,
To sleep,
sure.
yes? And you took photographs of that.
Or attempted to.
Yeah, because it's hard sometimes to take photographs of Blue Star reaction unless they are,
It depends upon the reaction to the Blue Star. It would fluoresce brighter with a more concentrated amount of blood.
and that's exactly what I wanted what the answer I wanted you to educate the jury with. So, we didn't see any of those pictures, the state didn't show you this.
No, sir.
Over the lunch hour, I'm gonna attempt to print a few and then we can go over it. You thoroughly searched 64 Plum Street, correct?
Myself and,
Many others,
yes, sir.
many other trained eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And brains, correct?
Yes, sir.
In crime detection, correct?
Yes, sir.
Veterans,
I don't
police
know-
officers.
I don't know how long they each had it.
But you know them, some of the guys,
Yes, sir.
they've been around.
Yes, sir.
Guys from New Brunswick,
Yes, sir.
ladies from New Brunswick, I don't know if there were any
I'm
female
not sure if there were
officers.
any females.
And people from the prosecutor's office, both male and female, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you guys were looking for linkage, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, there was no linkage between 64 Plum Street and this crime scene, correct?
I have no knowledge of that.
If you have no knowledge of any linkage, correct?
Correct.
All right. Then we went to 113 South Main Street, correct?
South Street.
South Street in Milltown, sorry.
Correct.
That's another address that's connected with Mr. Puskas.
Correct.
Mr. Puskas' mom's home.
Correct.
At the time, Mr. Puskas was staying with his mom, correct?
Correct.
So you also there took a lot of photos.
Correct.
We only saw a portion of those photos, right?
Correct.
You even took pieces of the couch, correct?
That's correct.
Because you saw evidence of a parent
Blood.
on the couch, right?
That's correct.
And you took swatches from the couch, correct?
Correct.
And all of that stuff was sent out for testing, right?
Sir, I'm not sure what items were sent or not.
Okay.
I have to have my.
Well, what would happen typically, they would go into evidence
Mhm.
and somebody makes a decision as to what to send out for testing.
Correct.
You didn't make that decision.
No, sir.
All right, so we'll talk to the person who made that decision, all right? But that's why you did that, correct?
In anticipation that they may be tested
Tested.
further?
To
Correct.
to see who's doing it.
Correct.
And to see if there's linkage, right?
Correct.
Because presumably those couches were at 64 Plum Street at some point.
That was the information I was provided.
And when Tim moved out of 64 Plum Street, he took them and put them in storage. That's where you found them in that other tent that's next to the little shed you went into, correct?
Correct.
We didn't see any pictures of that tent, right?
No, sir.
That's where the couches were, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you took pictures of the couches,
Yes, sir.
overall pictures, some medium shots, and some close-up shots.
Yes, sir.
And then you took some scissors or a knife or a utility knife, not a switchblade probably, and you cut out swatches of the either leather or pleather or fake, whatever material it is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you bagged and tagged that and put it into evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
To see if there is linkage, right?
Should have them tested, yes.
But we're looking for linkage. Linkage is kind of crime scene 101, right? Locard's theory of transfer, right?
Correct.
Locard was, I guess, that's the guy who Sherlock Holmes is modeled after,
Loosely.
loosely. So this is a like kind of a famous crime scene guy from back in the day, and he kind of coined the idea of whenever somebody comes into a crime scene, they bring something in with them,
Correct.
and whenever they leave a crime scene, they take something with them, right?
Correct.
It might be microscopic, right?
That's correct.
But there is the idea of bringing something into the crime scene and taking something with you, right?
That's what Locard posited for sure.
And that's what we call transfer or linkage, and it has other names.
I'd agree.
And good crime scene work looks for that, correct?
Correct.
And because it's evidence, right?
Potentially.
Evidence that can be ultimately shown to a jury.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Before we get too deep into this, you said this was, this Mac Mini was a hard drive, are you sure? You want
That's my belief that a Mac Mini is
Okay.
a hard drive of sorts that you would attach a monitor to.
Okay, so okay, so you can attach a monitor that says a computer and work it.
That's my understanding of
Okay.
a Mac Mini.
Okay. When you said hard drive, I felt like a storage unit.
I don't believe it's an external hard drive per se that you would take to and from, but you could, it's small enough to be portable.
You mentioned the weather, you said we had inbound weather coming in.
On the
Remember
15th,
that?
on the 15th.
On the 15th, and you wanted to move fast on those prints.
Correct, the tracks,
The ones you showed us.
the tracks.
The day before, the 14th, the 14th, there was 12 inches of snow that came down, correct?
There was a significant amount of snow, I don't recall the exact inch total, but I recall it was substantial.
The 14th.
Correct.
And more was,
Maybe it even started on the 13th, all the way through the 14th.
okay. And then more was coming, like third, I gotta look at the almanac, but the 14th is what sticks to mind for you?
There was a significant snow event on the 14th, 13th or 14th, leading up to the 15th, for sure.
And then there was more coming.
Yes, sir,
That year, there was a lot of snow, right?
that is correct.
And just to confirm, there were $4 in cash in that wallet that you seized from the victim's pants.
Yes, sir,
There were also credit cards and bank cards.
correct.
The S274, off the top of your head, there was a picture of sneakers. Do you remember in the attic, that was part of the attic bedroom?
The third floor,
Yeah.
there was plenty of sneakers.
Yeah, like the one that with the neat, lined up,
Yes, sir.
pretty colored sneakers, S274.
I recall.
This is in the attic room, right?
The third floor living area of, if it was an attic, I call it the living area.
Living area.
Yes, sir.
And this is not in the office area of that
No, sir.
upstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Are you aware whether any photos of the victim's vehicle were taken, on scene where the vehicle was found?
I'm unaware.
You did not.
I did not.
By the time the vehicle got to the Sally Port, we only see a little bit of snow on the roof, right?
Correct.
So presumably it was cleaned off somewhere somehow.
You know if we're melted.
Yeah. Because it was inside, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Detective Magnone, I want to talk to you now a little bit about the basics of crime scene work, and just so we can educate the jury a little bit about what it is that you do. You've gotten a lot of training in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've gotten obviously on-the-job training, right?
Yes, sir.
You're now a sergeant in the crime scene unit, right?
No, I'm a sergeant of major crimes vehicular homicide unit in Morris
Okay,
County.
so you've moved on, but I mean, that's still
I'm
involved.
still within death investigations, correct. I just no longer focus on crime scenes.
Okay, so you presumably to become a sergeant in something, you know, vehicular homicides or car deaths, you have to know what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't come from your first day on the job or your first few crime scenes, correct?
No, sir.
That comes over time.
Agreed.
Crime scene work, we touched a little bit on this, and we talked a little bit about linkage. It's super important in these kinds of cases, right? Criminal cases,
Yes, sir.
especially complex homicide cases, right?
Yes, sir.
There's evidence, observation, collection, ultimately examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Whether forensic or tool mark evidence or whatever type of, evidence that's relevant to a case we're dealing with, correct?
Potentially.
And it's the preservation that occurs, it's whichever form it takes, ultimately it's preserved for trials like these, where you would come in, yes, and speak about the evidence that you may have observed, right?
Speak to the integrity that it was preserved, properly collected and preserved for future testing to discuss here in.
With us.
Correct.
There's evidence takes several forms, or maybe two forms really. Testimonial evidence, like what you're doing now, right?
Correct.
And physical evidence, correct?
That's correct.
We saw some physical evidence, we saw hammers and pipes.
There's also circumstantial evidence as well.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
What I focus on?
testimonial and physical right now.
Okay.
Circumstantial evidence can take both forms as well, right?
Correct.
So, but we're talking about a different thing right now.
Understood.
So, physical evidence is DNA, hammers, crowbars, swabs, yeah?
Correct.
And what you're doing is testimony.
Correct.
You're conveying with your words evidence, right?
Correct.
Good crime scene work has several steps. You talked a little bit about it in general with the state. I want to go a little deeper, right? I think you mentioned going in and doing a kind of a walkthrough, yes?
Correct.
To kind of study your area, see like, all right, do I want to keep it this size? Do I want to make it bigger? Do I want to make it smaller? Where do I need to focus? So on and so forth, correct? And that walkthrough is super important. You're assessing the crime scene, yeah?
I wouldn't say it's more important than any other factor or any.
I'm not suggesting that, but it's important.
The super, you added super. I would say it's certainly important.
Let me take super back. It's important.
It certainly is important.
As you're assessing, you're looking, you're observing.
Correct.
And you may be documenting with a camera,
Correct.
you may be documenting with a pen,
Correct.
and if you have a super great memory, you might be documenting with your photographic memory, right?
If that's the case.
If that's the case. It's hard when you have a lot of jobs going on sometimes, correct? Meaning a lot of investigations, or like me, and a lot of cases, right? It can be hard to keep everything in our heads.
We do our best.
We do our best. So, and then ultimately, obviously, there's once you observe, you document, there may be some searching that has to occur.
There will be searching.
Collecting, if there is things to collect.
Correct.
If there are things to collect, excuse my grammar. You've collected a lot of things in this particular case, yeah?
That's correct.
And then, if things are going to be sent out to get processed or analyzed, somebody makes that determination at a later time, once it's been collected and put into evidence, yeah?
That's correct.
When you're assessing the crime scene, you touched upon, or we touched upon, the size, the shape, to see if you want to make it bigger, smaller, or focus on a certain area, correct?
That's a fair assessment.
In this particular case, somebody had already cordoned off the area
Yes.
with the yellow tape.
Yes,
We saw some pictures of where the yellow tape was.
that's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if my memory serves me correctly, the front of 28 Hartwell was pretty much blocked off to civilians.
Correct.
The one fence kind of created a natural barrier.
Correct.
So I don't know if they ran the tape down there, I forget. And then on the other side of the street, whoever did it cordoned off the front of 31 Robinson.
Correct.
Yeah, just the front of 31 Robinson, I
Correct.
think. So that kind of created that's a bit of a rectangle, if you will, I don't know, 28 Hartwell, parallel to it being 31 Robinson.
It is a rectangular lot. I would agree that it created a rectangle.
When you got there and you assessed and you did your walkthrough, you did not increase the size of the scene,
A secured scene? No, I did not.
and you did not shrink it.
I did not.
You worked within the parameters that were previously set.
Correct.
When you get to a scene, you're going to gather some basic information from kind of the people who got there first, right?
I'd be briefed.
And the reason that they brief you, there may be some changes that occurred that they may want you to be aware of, like for example, the EMS was there before you got there. Presumably some touching occurred, right? It had to because they put the lead on the young man, right?
That's a fact.
So you're briefed on that. I just gave you one example. You're briefed on some of that stuff, correct?
I was briefed that he was pronounced via telemetry with those pads that you're referencing.
The idea of being briefed is for you to have all the information you need in order to begin your work, yeah?
In this particular case?
No, just
In general?
we're educating the jury right now about what happens in general crime scene.
I would be briefed on important factors prior to my arrival. That's fair to say.
Well, at least prior to you start doing work.
Correct.
Typically, a crime scene is secured by some law enforcement, from the police department or the prosecutor's office, correct?
Correct.
Typically, there'd be somebody stationed, typically, writing who comes to the scene and entering the scene and leaving the scene.
I would correct you that that's not necessarily coming to the scene. However, the
Entering.
last part of your sentence, entering and leaving the scene.
I see, I get
The
it very
crime scene.
specific with you. So entering the crime scene
Entering the scene,
and leaving
the
the
crime
crime scene.
correct.
The yellow tape.
Correct. Anyone that's gonna enter past that yellow tape will get logged, and anyone leaving will get logged.
And that would be, there would be a person stationed there,
Correct.
and they have the piece of paper, and they would say, Matt Magno came in at such and such a time, left at such and such a time,
Correct.
and then so on and so forth with the names, yeah.
Correct.
That's good crime scene documentation, if you will, who's coming in and who's going out, right?
Yes.
It's very important to keep track of that. Well, let me take out the very. It's important to keep track of that.
It can be.
Sometimes, well, I'm not gonna I'll keep giving you examples, but the idea is we wanna know who's coming into the crime scene, who's going out.
Correct.
Common sense reasons, right? We wanna make sure that people aren't messing with the scene. If something was moved, we wanna know who was there last, so on and so forth, right?
Many reasons.
We talked a little bit about observation. After assessing, you start focusing more on what evidence is there, what you need to do, and making a plan for how you're going to, I'll use the word attack this job that you're going to do with the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
Here, you made some observations. There were two pieces of evidence that were relevant to you, you said.
Correct.
The jacket
Correct.
and the bandana.
Correct.
And obviously the footsteps, I'm not gonna forget that. And you went to those footsteps first because you wanted to make sure that you got them at their, with the least amount of snow in them, presumably,
That's a fair assessment. That's why they were prioritized.
if we're going there. So this stage, the observation stage, is kind of not, it's on a scale of intrusiveness into a crime scene and moving things around, and we saw examples of that when the victim's body was moved. The observation stage is the least intrusive, if you will.
It is less intrusive than what's going to precede
And
proceed.
the idea here is to document the scene in its purest, well, closest to its purest form possible, yeah.
Document the scene as I find it.
Relative, purity is relative evidence, as you find it.
Correct.
And if everybody had done their job correctly, from the time the scene is called or the person, or the first officer arrives on scene, it will maintain as close to 100% integrity as possible, correct? If everybody does their job correctly.
Absolutes are hard to deal with. I would say it certainly benefits the investigation, the crime scene investigation.
Once the observation is kind of ongoing, you document as you observe. We saw examples of that.
Correct.
You walk up, first you walk through, right, and then you go get your camera, maybe you had your camera on you already, and you start snapping pictures, right?
Correct.
Overall, outside shots, right?
Correct.
Medium shots, close-up shots.
Correct.
And you do that in a certain order. I think you talked about how you did a 360, right, initially to just document the panorama, I guess, of the scene.
Correct.
And then you attempt to kind of continue that discipline, if you will, of documenting in order, right?
Correct.
So one of the things that serves is, at a later date, just like you're doing here now, you would need to be able to look at your pictures and say, this is what I did, this is where I walked, this is et cetera, right?
Correct.
And the better job you do with that, the easier it is for you, correct?
Meaning,
to look at stuff and say,
To
to remember.
To recollect, absolutely.
But also, the better job you do, it'll be easier on us, because we're not out there with you, right?
Correct,
And that's important as well, correct?
correct,
It'd be easier on members of the jury as well, correct?
correct,
Because we weren't out there with you, right?
correct,
We come way after the fact.
correct.
In this particular case, forget when your report was completed, I don't even get your report till way after it's completed, correct?
Correct.
So it's important for you to do a top-notch job, or any crime scene technician, so we're able to reconstruct at a later date, yes?
It's fair to say it's incumbent upon me to do as best I can.
So we can understand and see through your eyes what you saw.
Correct.
So these functions kind of bleed into one another, right? Assessing bleeds into observation, observation leads into documenting, and documenting leads into how you document, correct?
Correct.
One of the ways you documented is pictures, we talked about notes, and then ultimately reports, correct?
Correct.
Sketches are another way to document.
Correct.
You did a little sketch in this particular case, we'll go over that in a minute. And again, those functions, or those things that are done with the same idea for us, you and us, to later be able to look at the stuff and understand what was going on, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about note-taking. Okay, we talked about photography and how that helps, right?
Correct.
Now, note-taking is another thing, or another function that you engage in, or potentially engage in doing your job, correct?
Potentially, correct.
You took a few notes. How many sheets of notes did you take in this particular case?
5 in total.
What was that?
5 pages, 5 sheets of paper.
Not every line is filled in.
Negative. No, not every line is filled out.
And they're little, what are they, 3 by 8?
I'm not sure
Sheet.
the exact size.
I didn't bring my tape measure today. So these notes, typically, they're taken contemporaneously with something you're either doing or observing, correct?
I'd agree.
And they would contain important information that you may not be able to capture with a camera, for example.
Or that may, due to memory, I would notate it for sure.
They serve many functions, you know, it's one of the things you just mentioned is memory.
Correct.
It's important. And you would do it contemporaneously, and whenever you would take a note, you make sure that you're accurate, correct?
As accurate as I can be.
And it's about relevant information, and the common sense things that why a note would be taken, right?
Correct.
Notes then are kind of preserved, not kind of, they have to be,
They have to
that's
be.
what the law requires.
That's correct.
And you preserved your notes.
Correct.
And I hear you say correct forcefully, because you did your job correctly, correct?
Correct.
By preserving your notes.
Correct.
By following what the law tells you to do, right?
That's correct.
And that's why we have them, we're able to look at them, right?
Well, I don't know if it's a law, but it's a directive by the Attorney General to preserve your notes.
Attorney General is chief law enforcement in the state.
Correct.
And if he tells you that, or she tells you that you have to preserve your notes, you gotta preserve your notes, correct?
Correct.
It's a bunch of lawyers making waves, I guess, for crime scene or detective work.
No way for me.
All right. So, you are required to preserve them, and you did your job correctly. So, we talked about photography. After you do your photography, you are out at the scene, you have your notes, you've got to, sometimes, not all the time, right? write a report, correct? And I say sometimes, not all the time, because a lot of times it might be a couple photographs and no notes, and you don't really need to write a report.
In those instances, I'd be more of in a support role.
Okay. But when you're in a lead role, you have to write.
Correct.
And you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that report is also another important cog in the wheel, if you will, of this, our criminal justice system, correct?
It's memorializing my actions on the day in question.
So at a later date, you can refresh your recollection. So at a later date, a judge or a prosecutor or a defense attorney or somebody charged with a crime can see your work, yes?
Correct.
It's, the idea is open for everybody, for all of us to see, right?
Correct.
And in that regard, detective, the report is accurate, yes? We
Correct.
strive for it to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Correct.
To contain important information, yes?
Correct.
Relevant information,
Relevant
correct?
information, correct.
And all the things that would, I guess, signal or signify good detective or police work or crime scene, correct?
It's subjective.
Sure, but it's gonna contain important facts,
Correct.
accurate facts,
Accurate.
relative facts,
Correct.
or relevant facts, right?
Correct.
Whatever they are, I mean, every case is different, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Do you have much more? Is there? All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Please, during the lunch break, don't talk about this case. We'll see you in an hour. All right, thank you. Be seated. Masmani, or please?
Yes, sir, thank you. I think we left off, we were talking about sketches. Crime scene sketching, you did a kind of rudimentary sketch in this particular case, right? You did it on your notes.
Correct.
This is S 477A. Oh, it's just one sheet of it,
Correct.
and that's the sketch. That's the only sketch you did?
Correct.
Judge, I'd like to just move just this piece, the sketch piece into evidence.
Color 1477B?
That's fine. I'm just gonna hold it up, if it's okay, if I should publish. You guys will get it into evidence later. So, Detective Magnone, there's other methods, obviously, of sketching. There could be a lot more, I guess, on a grander scale, other tools that can be used, and other measuring tools and so on and so forth, a little bit more sophisticated, correct?
Correct.
Rather than just a rudimentary hand sketch, if you will.
Correct.
That was not used in this particular case.
No, sir, it was not.
Once the documenting has taken place, collecting of evidence is next. It's kind of the next logical step, correct?
I agree.
And then, once you started the area of evidence collection, you are actively, quote unquote, disturbing the scene, correct?
For lack of a better word.
But you've already documented it. If we had to, we can go back and reconstruct it from the documentation presumably that you did, correct?
Correct.
And then we already talked about processing and analyzing, which happens in a lab sometimes, or
Depending upon the capability of the technician, they could do their.
Some.
Some forensic examination.
you need more?
Yeah.
We have more, right? Ellen, can you borrow some evidence?
What evidence do we?
Yes, please. I'm now going to show you a couple of pics. There's just some additional ones that from the state, then the state showed you from the scene. This is kind of an outside shot. It's just more open. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna show you D131, D31, D32, D36, D37, D30, D39, D25, D22, and D46. If you don't mind having a look. And once you're done having a look, let me know.
Sir, I would agree those exhibits are a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took on the 15th of February 2014.
And you recognize them?
I do recognize them.
Okay, perfect. Can I move these into evidence?
No
Judge?
objection.
All right, thank you. You want me to read them off again?
Sure.
So,
I got one.
we're gonna start with D46. I'm sorry, they're out of order, Judge. D22, D25, D39, D30, D37, D36, D32, and D31.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk a little bit specifically about this particular crime scene. This wasn't a typical crime scene. There's a lot of moving parts, correct?
I don't know if there's ever a typical crime scene.
But there was snow.
Correct.
Maybe, I don't know if there was some rain or cold. I mean, it was a lot going on.
Was it tough? I'd agree with that. It was a tough scene to press, given the conditions.
The snow and the weather kind of presented the most, I guess, challenging aspect of it.
Those variables were challenging.
And you told us that your first focus was the footprints, right?
Correct.
You wanted to get to those and document those as quickly, as efficiently as possible, correct?
Correct.
This crime scene, this footprint, I guess, job, this was your first footprint job in your career, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna show you the what are we up to?
This is up to 23.
Okay, you got more. What more? Is it all right here?
Yes.
Okay, give me the next one. 224? D224 and D225. Now, you testified in the prior proceeding before, correct?
Correct.
That testimony was under oath.
Correct.
It was in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked a lot of questions by both sides, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you D-224. This is your testimony from the prior proceeding. If I may approach, Judge. D-224. We're gonna go, take a look at that cover. You
Okay.
recognize the cover, right?
I do.
You recognize the case name, the date, November 29, 2016, correct?
And the appearances, yes, I
Any
do.
appearances, and then we're gonna go here, there's a list of witnesses, you're one of them, Matthew Magnone, correct?
Correct.
All right, and we're gonna go to 42, page 42, line 2. Question on line 2. Now, it's not the first time you've worked the shoe case before. And your answer is, no, sir, I believe it is, correct?
Correct, that's my answer.
And then you're asked again, you believe this is the first time that you worked the shoe case? And then your answer is, on line 7, this might be one or two in which I have to document foot or shoe impressions, correct?
Correct.
So, at the time that you did this very well could have been your first shoe case, correct?
I know for a fact it's not.
Well, I would just go by what you said here.
Yes, at that time I was, I don't want to say confused, but my recollection now, I can think of at least one other case where I had to document a foot impression.
But when you were asked that question in 2016 about a 2014 shoe case, that was your answer,
I
correct?
qualified as maybe one or two of my first shoe impression cases, correct?
So, at most, it's the second one, correct?
Correct.
This wasn't a typical shoe case. Also, this was snow, right?
Correct.
And it's not like a mud imprint where and it's not raining and you kind of have the ability to take your time with it, correct?
Correct.
So, this particular scene, and we talked about crime scene logs, and we described what they do and what their purpose is. No one here for this case started a crime scene log for this particular scene, correct?
I do not know that for a fact.
You've never seen a crime scene log, correct?
No, sir.
When you went into the scene that day, you didn't check in with anybody,
I
correct?
don't recollect if I did or did not.
Okay. To your knowledge, you haven't seen a crime scene log for this crime scene, correct?
No, I have not.
Now, we moved these pictures into evidence here. I want to talk a little bit about the prints. Okay. Bless you. D31 and D33. These are the two prints that are closest to the door, correct?
The door at 31 Robinson?
Yes.
Correct.
Sorry, 31, that's all I'm talking about. 31.
Correct, the rear porch.
And that area had an overhang over it, correct?
It did.
So these two prints, there is some faint ridge detail, correct?
Possibly.
I mean, it's faint, I get it, but
Possibly.
there's some ridge detail there, correct?
I like to say possibly, there is. I agree with, if there is, it is faint.
To your knowledge, well, you didn't try to eliminate, you know, shoes or, you know, kind of eliminate anyone from those prints, correct?
It never got to that point to do an elimination.
And no one else did, presumably, you didn't, you have no knowledge of that, right?
I have no knowledge of an elimination print being taken or even conducted.
You talked about casting, there was no casting done, obviously.
We didn't get to that stage. There was no casting.
All right. Now, on direct examination, today you said that you, when you approached the jacket, to pick up the jacket, that area where there was, it was evident that there was blood, you indicated that where you stepped somewhere and your foot sank in the snow and you discovered that there was some blood pooling underneath your foot, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked about the importance of documenting important information, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is important information, yes?
That blood pool,
Yes.
I will concede that that was an important piece of information.
You did not put that in any notes, correct? You did not note that somewhere.
I did not, well, I did. If I was waiting to a report,
You did not put it in a report.
I did. I believe it's on in my narrative.
Let me show you your report. And it's something that should be in a report, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you D51. This is your report.
Yes, ma'am.
You've
Yes, sir.
already described to us, oh, this is one of them, right? There's another one for another location.
That's correct.
You've already described to us that, what a report contains,
Yes, sir.
and so on and so forth. Did you have a look at this?
I did.
Is it in there?
What is not in there, I didn't mention I stepped in it. However, I did note there was a significant blood pool around the area of the winter coat and bandana.
Okay. But there's nothing in there about you stepping in it,
That's correct.
correct?
That's correct.
I mean, we see the pictures, there's blood, right?
Correct.
But there's nothing in there about you stepping in it,
That's
correct?
correct.
And about you, basically your foot ending up in a pool of blood.
That's correct.
But we saw some pictures. We saw a lot of pictures of the area, correct?
Correct.
There are no pictures of it, correct?
There are.
And you would, the area where the coat was taken, we could see it in the pictures, correct?
Correct.
But there are no pictures of where you say your foot sank into the snow and hit a pool of blood, correct?
There is not.
Did you do anything to investigate the extent of this?
The extent of the pool of blood?
Yeah.
No, sir.
You guys didn't use a shovel of some sort to clear some of the snow?
No.
So there was no hole made in order to discover this, correct?
I didn't hear that, sir?
You guys didn't make a hole to discover?
No, sir. We did not remove snow from that location to further look at the pool.
To further document?
Sir, yes.
Now, by that time, the body had been removed, correct?
Correct.
We are now collecting and being more invasive in the scene, correct?
That is correct.
I mean, at one point, they brought the fire truck out there, right?
Not that day.
No, not that day, at one point, I said.
Yeah, short.
Because
Days
the
later.
snow wasn't melting.
Days later.
They brought the fire truck out, right?
Yes,
And they were looking for a weapon or weapons, correct?
correct.
And I don't know if you were there for that.
I was.
And you guys used the fire truck to wash away the snow, correct?
I didn't use, the firemen
You personally.
deployed.
When I say you guys, I mean collectively.
Collectively, yes, they deployed the fire hose to melt the snow.
Right. And it melted the snow.
Yes,
And that's, you know, again, I'm using examples also as ways to show that at some point, invasive things have to happen in order to properly document the crime scene, correct?
yes,
And that met with negative results. No weapon or weapons were found, correct?
no, sir.
Correct.
Correct,
Oh.
no weapons were found.
You got there, you said around 12:30?
Correct.
It's about 2 hours after the call came in? Or you
I
remember?
don't know what time the initial call came in through dispatch. It was approximately an hour after I was called,
After you got the call.
just shy of an hour.
You spent, I don't wanna assume, so you spent several hours there, correct?
That's fair to say.
So you did a lot, correct?
That's fair to say.
And at the time that you were, how many hours did you approximate?
I couldn't give you an accurate guess. It could be as much as 10. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 10 or more, but if you told me it was 6 to 8, it was several hours.
You know why I don't know? Because I don't have a crime scene. Neither do you, correct?
I do not have a crime
So
scene.
we can't tell what time you came in and what time you went out, right?
That's correct.
We're guessing, correct?
That would be a guess.
And we don't have that in your notes.
Well, the time I arrived is
We
in
do, we have that, but we don't know.
my departure time?
Yeah,
That's correct.
so it could be 10 hours, it could be 8, but it was a substantial amount of hours, right?
That's correct.
And it would have gotten dark before you left.
It was correct.
Yeah. And at the time that you were there and you were documenting this, the Detective Danowitz, you know who Detective Danowitz is, right?
I do.
He was the lead detective in this particular case, correct?
He was the lead, yes, he was assigned as.
He was there for a lot of the time that you were there doing, you know.
He was on site for
For
most of the scene, if not all.
Okay, so he would have been there, you would have talked, you guys would have communicated, you may have shown him some things, he may have shown you some things, right?
Correct.
And you know, that communication occurs regularly, obviously, when a job is happening like this job, or even some other job that you guys are working together, correct?
Correct.
So you may see certain things that he may not see and vice versa, correct?
Potentially.
Were you there when the dog came out?
No, sir.
Okay, so you didn't see the bloodhound come out and do a scent track?
I did not.
Okay. Just one moment. Okay, so, I wanna go over some pictures. I'm gonna show you some photos. D 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, and 201. Okay? So Judge, it's D 192 to 201.
Thank you.
Okay? Have a look at these.
Yes, sir.
Jen, I'm gonna steal your computer, not your computer, the gizmo. Yeah, that's up there, but- Where's the USB? There it is. Do those pictures, tell me about those pictures.
So I recognize these photos to be a fair and accurate depictions of the photographs I took on March 20th, 2014 of 64 Plum Street during our scene investigation.
Obviously, that's not all of them, right? You know, that's just a few sampling of some of the things I discussed with you before, right?
That's correct.
So, Judge, I'd like to move those into evidence.
Objections?
None.
192 to 201.
It's just,
Are you gonna ask me to sit down?
nah, I'm just gonna move this back. They're not that, is this good? This way? How's that? Okay, you're good there, right? Good. All right, here we go. These may not be in order. Okay, so what are we looking at here? If you want to refer to the D number on these, you may have to.
This is, you were showing on the screen D19, or
Oh,
no,
192.
192.
Oh, 192.
D192 depicts the front porch of
What, and what do we
64
see there?
I am trying to, I'm taking, I guess, what I would refer to as in between an overall medium shot of the potential blood stain.
Okay, let's go to D, the next one. Sorry. What's that?
That would be the close-up scaled photograph of that blood stain I just referred to.
And that's right in front of the door at 64 Plum Street, right?
Correct, and that's D193.
Okay. And what did you do with those, with that stain?
I would have swapped it,
And that would be in that pile over there somewhere, correct?
I believe so.
Or in evidence somewhere?
Correct.
Right. Preserved for testing for a later date if it was sent to testing, right?
Yes.
All right. And what do we got here?
That appears to be D194. That would be, I'm attempting to take a medium range shot of a potential blood stain on the interior steps leading to the second floor of 64 Plum Street.
Okay. And what's that there?
That is a scaled photograph of the previously described blood stain on the steps leading up to the second floor of 64 Plum Street. That is D195.
Okay. What do we got here?
That would be an overall photograph of a potential blood stain on the door frame of the second floor bathroom, and that is D196.
Okay. I'm sorry, I want to ask you, let me regress. You swabbed that one on the stairs too, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then how about this one? Was this one swabbed?
Correct.
Okay. What's this?
That's a close-up photo of that apparent blood stain on the door frame leading to the second floor bathroom. That's D197.
This one?
Okay, so now we're looking at the left side of the door frame to that second floor bathroom. I'm trying to capture a medium range photograph of an apparent blood stain. That is a close-up photograph of that apparent blood stain. Here I am attempting to scale it. And for the record, it was D198, the preceding photo. This photo is D199.
Was that one swapped?
Pardon?
Was it swapped?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Swap, preserve, bag, tag, all that good stuff.
Correct.
All right. Cool. What's that?
So this photograph, I'm not sure which exhibit it is. It would either be D200 or D201. They appear to be at the same.
You look closely.
Yep. I'm going to try to highlight it for the jury. This would be a photograph I am attempting to take.
That doesn't work on his, well, you can just point it. She's got the thing.
Can you identify for us what?
That's D200. That won't work there because they got the gizmo in the other
Fair enough.
computer.
If you don't mind, I'll point to it.
Please do.
Here I am. I am in the second bedroom on that second floor of 64 Plum
Mr.
Street.
Puskas' bedroom.
Mr. Puskas' bedroom. The lights are off. I had deployed the blue star that we discussed earlier. I believe this is reacting to his bed frame. And we have, you can see here, just slight fluorescence in several areas.
Were those swapped?
They were,
And bag tag preserved.
correct.
All right, and then we'll go to the next one. Did we see anything on that one?
Negative. There's, if there is a fluorescence, it would be faint and I don't see it.
Okay.
But this would be the same attempt to photograph what I am seeing while I'm deploying the blue star in the defendant's bedroom on the second floor.
And that's what we talked about why we were doing that before, is to see if there's anything that would tie the two scenes, right? The linkage that we would want to see, correct?
I'm attempting to find
Evidence,
evidence.
yeah. But to link,
If it linked, that would be the.
that's what we want to do, right? All right. Now, the next set of photos are not going to be on the screen. I'm just going to show them to you and have you identify them because I didn't have time to put them on the digital. I'm just giving you a cable back. All right, I'm going to show you D202 through D223, okay?
Yes, sir.
Judge, it's the whole. Okay, check these out. D202 to D223.
Sir, I reviewed the exhibits. They appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs I took on March 21st, 2014 of 113 South Street.
Okay, and can
Okay.
you just describe for the jury, just a summary of what these photos are?
Sure.
I'm not gonna show all of them, but I would like to move them into evidence at this point, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
But just describe, if you wanna show a couple,
Sure.
please.
Certainly. This photograph, I'm going to reference D202, is a photograph of a canvas tent, a pop-up tent, if you will, but a long tent that was placed right next to the shed that we talked about previously. And then within that pop-up tent, or storage area, if you will, collapsible, pardon me?
What number?
That was D202. Here I'm referencing D203. Upon, further examination going into that tent or the collapsible storage, it are couches and a mattress that we observed. On those couches, and I believe counsel and I discussed it prior, I identified what appeared to be several bloodstains on those couches. And what I did, instead of swabbing those stains, I cut out portions that appeared to have blood stains on them. And I'm referencing D216 and D209 and D212. If you see those, I would have cut out the portions I identified as potential blood stains. And there were several areas of where these potential stains were. This is D215. And you heard counsel refer to as bag tag. What I would have done is with those swatches, with the apparent blood stains, and I'm referencing D216, I created an evidence packet, a manila envelope, labeled it, and then placed the swatch inside of it.
It's a pretty good summary there, unless there's anything else you can.
I'm just gonna make sure there's any, if there is anything else. Just identifying stains on that couch. What couch is?
And that's the furniture that presumably was at 64, and then was stored, here in this tent.
That's the information we received.
The mattress, the couches, or
Correct.
whatever else was in there. So, let's put this here. Oh. I'm gonna show you now, I'm gonna mark another document, so we can just talk about these swabs here a little bit. What's the next? D226 for identification.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to show you this document. Let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And it's a list of swabs that you took from 64.
Among other items.
Right. I'm just talking about the swabs now,
Correct.
And then some of the items you were shown, the physical evidence, right? Like
Yes, sir.
the hammer, the blue metal rod, another hammer, another wrench.
So,
Right?
correct.
But it has all the stains that you took, the swabs that you took as well, correct?
That's correct.
So we got swabs from the footboard, swabs from back of the bedroom door, swab from footboard also, the swabs from the bathroom, swabs from the porch, and the swabs from the washing machine, correct?
Correct. That was D226.
And then various tools that were of interest, correct?
Potentially.
The tools that you seized, common tools, found in most households in America, correct, and around the world, wrenches, hammers.
They're not unusual. We talked about bagging and tagging. That goes on an evidence log, correct? You did an evidence log? Correct.
And presumably the evidence log would have each location, correct?
Correct.
Trying to keep things organized, presumably, right?
Correct.
Let's find the one for. Yeah. I'm not going to show you all these pieces of evidence, obviously, but we'll discuss some of the other things you collected in this case. Let me do this. We start at item 1, so we're not starting in the middle. I'm going to mark D227, Judge. This is the evidence log. Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's go over some of these things here. So on this, there's stuff from 28 Hartwell, right?
Yes, sir.
We talked about a lot of that stuff. On there also, There's the list that we just went over, right?
Yes,
Looks
sir.
like that was kind of a crop out of this,
Yes, sir.
the swabs, the tools. We have sneakers, pants, we went over, I think the state introduced those, shirt, jacket, we have the Mac Mini from 113 South Main Street, we have the thumb drive, we have the iPhone also that belonged to Mr. Puskas from 113, correct?
Correct.
And then we have brown Alfani shoes, correct?
Correct.
Those were seized. Gray diesel shoes, right?
Correct.
Black New Balance sneakers.
Correct.
Margaritaville, I don't know what those are, shoes, correct?
Shoes, correct.
Dickies gray sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
And then the swatches from the couch, right?
Correct.
You got a 10-inch nail puller, you got the ID, you got the prescription for Tim Puskas, some paperwork, keys, right?
Yes.
This is probably the same stuff, but it's just in a different format. Yeah, this is just stuff in a different format, like video surveillance and so on and so forth. But that's the stuff that you got from 113 and 64 Plum Street, correct?
Correct.
It will be on D227, and this also has some physical evidence from the scene itself.
Correct.
28 Hartwell.
As well as the autopsy.
As well as the autopsy, yes, yes. And all those things are still with us, yes?
I believe so, sir.
I mean, that, it's a criminal case, they have to be kept.
Yes.
For as long as they can be kept
In this particular matter, I think indefinitely.
indefinitely, because it's a criminal case, homicide, correct?
Correct.
It can always be tested, right?
Yes.
There's really, you're familiar or you're aware of cases that this testing's been done on 30 years on, right?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes, sir.
There's a mattress cover also that was seized, correct?
Correct.
You, being as thorough as you are, detective, took the time necessary, didn't matter how long it was, to collect as much or as many items that could potentially solve this case, correct? Shoes, pants, jackets, you did a great job.
I would say we collected items of evidence of interest in furtherance of the investigation.
And you did that, you did a good job. You took your time, right?
I tried to do the best job I could.
I'm not tricking you, I'm giving you props.
Thank you.
You did everything you're supposed to do, and you did it correctly, or to the best of your ability in order to further this investigation, right?
Correct.
By seizing all these items, correct?
Correct.
Swabbing all those things that you swabbed, correct?
Correct.
And making sure that you collected as many pieces of, let's call them things, that could potentially give us some results, correct?
Items of interest. Anything we identified, we collect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, yes. Detective,
Yes, ma'am.
again, between myself and counsel, we've shown you various items, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In various photos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And even with all the items that we've shown you as far as photographs and items, there are still items that have not been seen by the jury that you've collected, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why is that?
Relevance?
And in addition to that, approximately how many photos did you take in regards to this?
I wouldn't be surprised if you told me it was well over 1,000, but it's at least several hundred photographs.
All right. And in regards to detectives, you mentioned Detective Danowitz, and you mentioned, I think, canine officer was mentioned. To your knowledge, how many officers were involved in this investigation, just based on the crime scenes and what you had in your involvement?
At least a dozen.
All right.
I'm touching close to that number, 10 to 12.
Okay, all right, and now, I want to first, a couple of photos were mentioned in specifics in regards to the addict of 64 Plum Street. And I believe a question on cross was asked in regards to any close-up photos to any drugs that were recovered out of that particular addict. And so I just wanted to, because I believe we went over them on direct, but I just want to go over them one more time. 280 and 279. You could just look at those and advise if, what those are, maybe in relation to the addict in a close-up.
I don't have those photographs.
Yeah.
They're on the screen.
Yes, I'm gonna place them on the screen. And you know what, I'll actually come and hand you these two copies and we'll put them on the screen.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's S 279 and 280.
Yes, ma'am, this is the attic bedroom, third floor bedroom. What appears to be, pardon me, a bag of marijuana, raw marijuana, a rolled up dollar bill, and a pack of Newports.
All right, and do you see anything on the floor? I think it's to the, it's.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
They're prescription pill bottles.
All right, and would you consider that a close-up from when you initially came into the room to take the photograph?
Yes,
All right, and then I'm just gonna show you two S280. Would you consider that a closer photo of those drugs that you recovered from the attic area
yes, ma'am.
of 64 Plum Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, can you describe what you see in that photo?
Here, this photo again is a closer photograph of the two pill bottles that were found at the foot of the, at the edge of the bed.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then I believe you were asked on cross in regards to D31, all the way down to, I believe, D225, in regards to stains that you saw when you were at 64 Plum Street and swabs that you took of those stains. Were those a part of your investigation when you went to go and basically do that crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you took those because you were trying to do a complete investigation?
Completeness, yes.
And for the jury, just explain to them why you do the swabs and why you take the photos of the swabs and not only the photos of the swabs, but photos of the stains. Why do you do that?
Well, to properly document what I'm seeing, what is being taken from the residents. As you saw with the couches, if I could remove the stain and instead of swabbing it, I would, but it's a door frame, and a bed frame and a back of a door. Swabs were more, for lack of a better word, convenient to do in order to gather the blood stain from the substrate, from the.
And even the Blue Star, why do you do that?
Well, the Blue Star is deployed to search for latent blood staining, potentially blood that's not visible to the naked eye. You would deploy this chemical. If it reacts, you would swab that area with the belief that it may be blood.
All right, and so based on exhibits D31 to D225, there were multiple areas that you had to do that in, correct?
Swab as a result of the Blue Star reaction?
Swab as a result of blood stains.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then the couches that we just discussed, I believe those were under D192 through, or D220, D226, D227, those were the logs you had to do for the furniture, D209, D212, 216, and 215. Those were the couches that you found at 113 South Street, but they were from 64 Plum?
Correct.
All right, and why did you test those?
They were potential blood stains. I removed them for potentially future testing down the line.
All right, and so then you saw additional blood stains that you wanted to test from because it kind of related to 64 Plum Street.
Correct.
All right. And there was also a mattress that you saw in that shed. I think those were the final photos that council showed you.
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, the information that you're providing to the jury, while you haven't shown them every single photo or provided them every item, what are you trying to do with the information that you presented today?
I'm trying to convey to you the actions that I took on the day in question, the day of the crime scene, and on these particular scenes at 64 Plum Street and 113 South Street in Milltown.
Thank you very much, Detective.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe we'll get some for break so that we can.
All right, we'll take our 15-minute recess at this time. Please don't call out the case. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. Okay, we're on the record in State versus Timothy Puskas. I understand that Mr. Gordon is here, but Mr. Maserati, you wanted to address the record.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, Mr. Gordon, is a peculiar person, in my opinion. And he has in the past, in my opinion, in the opinion of the trial court, the first trial court, has gone out of his way, and I can even show you in the transcript where he tried to blurt things out that could potentially cause a mistrial. For example, I was questioning him about something completely, not related to what he claims is an assault by my client. And then he just blurted that out. And blurted it out again and again, 3 times in a row. And the judge obviously had to send the jury out and tell him, like, didn't I tell you not to do that? And he was instructed, just like you're gonna instruct him now. Before testimony began, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that, and he just will find a way to do it. And here's why. And you read the transcripts, he's got a very, he's got a serious problem with me because he believes that I somehow slighted him because I defended a previous client who was acquitted for, I guess, shooting his friend in New Brunswick. So there's a serious problem there. He's accused me of misconduct to the prosecutor's office in a sworn statement, and then later said, oh, I lied about that, I was just trying to get you in trouble. He's got a serious problem with Mr. Puskas. Obviously, a lot of these things would not be explored, but it's in the back of his mind, and he is an individual who is hell-bent on causing problems. And yesterday I wanted to read you something that he said in that last statement.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I think I found it. I marked it this morning. If I may, excuse my language. I know for a fact that I didn't see him with the pipe because I would have remembered that, you know what I mean? I would have remembered that today. If I saw him with it, I would have loved to see him with it because then I could motherfucking make sure he gets found guilty. But no, I didn't. I didn't see him with the pipe. I didn't. I wish I did. I wish I saw him do it. I wish a lot of things, but no, I didn't. This is a threat. Like, this is a common theme with him. It's just, I'm asking you to give him the sternest warnings you can give him or you want to give him. And I will be forever vigilant as much as I can be, and I tried to be in the last trial, and it happened notwithstanding that. So that's what I have to say.
What is it that specifically is being requested beyond? I understand that the concern obviously is to make sure that we don't have to do this again, right? So, you've spoken to him about his need to maintain his composure, and there is to be no reference alleged to have been perpetrated against him by the defendant. What else is there?
Your Honor, I've said all of that, again, I don't have a problem with Mr. Gordon coming in with a jury conduct, so you can make sure it's on record, but all of that has been said to this prior, but obviously counsel has continued to put on record his concerns, so to ensure that to the best that the state can do, that it's on record, by the same, I'd ask that he be brought in so that we can, you know.
When we bring them in, yeah.
How you doing, sir? You can follow me. Please watch your step. You can have a seat in the chair. You need him sworn in, or?
Not yet, we'll do it when the jury comes in. Mr. Gordon, how are you, sir? I'm Judge Carter, and I'm gonna be presiding over this case. As you can tell, I'm not Judge Nieves, right? A little bit different, just a little bit. So, you know Mr. Masrani, however, you've seen him before, right? And you've met with the prosecutors that are sitting here. So, as you know, this is something that's been done before, right? So you testified before, and what we're trying to do is make sure that we get through this case without having to do this again, right? I'm sure you're tired of coming here, and so we don't want to have to do this again. So it's important that we all kind of play in the rules, right? We have rules here, and the rules provide for certain things. You have to make sure that with any question, just listen to the prosecutor's question very carefully, answer only their question. Don't try to insert information that they're not asking about. If you're unsure about what's being asked, just ask them to clarify the question. Obviously, please do not, please, because I don't want to do this again, right? Don't bring up anything about any prior trial. As I understand it, there was an incident that happened between you and Mr. Puskas relating to an attack. You know, that's not in this case, so don't bring it up. All of these things have the potential to just end this, and then we gotta start over again. We don't wanna do that, right? You wanna stop coming here? Okay. And so after they're done, Mr. Masrani, you know how it works, right? He gets a chance to ask you questions. He's doing his job, that's what he has to do, right? Just be respectful. We are all trying to maintain a certain level of decorum here, because this is a courtroom. We don't cuss, we don't do all these things that sort of diminishes that, right? Just answer the questions as best as you can. Same with him. If you don't understand the question, you could ask him to clarify the question, but don't blurt things out that he's not asking about because you're sort of annoyed at what he's asking, and you may get annoyed, right? But if you feel yourself getting to that place, just sort of take a breath, and do the best that you can in answering whatever the question it is that he's asking without anything beyond that, okay? All right.
Would you like to step down or to
Yes.
remain up there?
The jury's on the floor?
Yeah, they're on the
Okay.
floor. You ready to bring them in, or?
Yes. Thank you, be seated. State, call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The state calls Hassani Gordon.
Raise your right hand for me. State your name for the record. Spell your last name.
G-O-R-D-O-N.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. You take a seat, speak up, be recorded, okay? Yes, sir.
Mr. Gordon, I'm back here, and I have jurors that are all the way to the end of this box. I'm gonna need you to keep your voice up as loud as you possibly can and speak into that microphone that's in front of you, all right? All right, and so we're gonna try to do a test to see, make sure you can speak as loud as possible, because what you're saying needs to be picked up. So just state your name again for the record.
Asani Gordon.
All right, I'm gonna need you to be louder than that.
Asani Gordon.
All right, and I'm gonna need you to keep that up so that they can hear you, all right?
I'll try.
All right, thank you. Where do you currently live, Mr. Gordon?
South Brown Road.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Not much.
All right, are you unemployed right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gordon, where did you grow up?
Split time in North Carolina and Princeton.
All right, when did you go down to North Carolina?
Yeah, the jurors aren't hearing you, so
Okay.
pull the microphone
As close as
closer
possible.
and then just act like you're talking outside.
So I was born in Newark, but immediately I moved down to North Carolina until I was about 7.
All right,
And moved to Princeton.
So what was that?
I moved to Princeton when I was 7.
all right, and while you were in Princeton, did you ever move back down? Was there ever a time you moved back down to North Carolina?
Yeah, when I started 9th grade.
Started ninth grade,
So, yeah.
and I'm gonna need you to speak up. And so, did you attend college down in North Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what college did you attend?
Winston-Salem State.
Now, what years, if you can recall, what years did you attend Winston-Salem?
2005 to 2006.
And in 2007, down in North Carolina, did you pick up any charges for marijuana?
Yes.
All right. And was that specifically in March of 2007, if you can recall?
I guess so, yeah.
And those charges, you resolved those charges, and you resolved those charges for probation,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was around in 2007 as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were on probation at that time for a particular period, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you won't dispute if I say it was for 18 months?
No.
And now, after that, did you ever come back up to New Jersey?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you came back up to New Jersey, where did you go?
Well, I lived in Princeton and ended up going to King University.
And when,
Yeah, you gotta still speak up loud.
I ended up going to King University.
all right, and what year was that?
2009.
Oh, okay. And so now, at that point, you had obviously the conviction from North Carolina. When you came up here, were you still using marijuana?
Yes.
And when you would attend Kane, did you ever come over and hang out in New Brunswick?
Yes.
And when you did that, at that point, were you still using marijuana?
Yes.
And there ever come a time when you started to sell marijuana?
Yes.
And with that, if I give you 2006, there was a possession charge that you had for,
Yes.
and so now, and that was for marijuana, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, we're gonna move to 2008. Now, was there a time in New Brunswick in 2008 where you picked up charges for, again, distribution of a CDS?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and it wasn't only just for distribution of the CDS, it was for possessing it as well, obviously.
Yeah.
And the exposure for those charges were up to 5 years because they were third-degree offenses, correct?
Yeah.
And in addition to that, you were placed on probation. You received a disposition approximately, I think you were placed on probation in June of 2008, correct?
Yeah, for 5 years.
5 years, exactly. But unfortunately, that 5 years, you did not do well on that probation, did you?
I did.
Okay, all right, did you need to
Until the
be?
5th year.
You did, to the 5th year, and you needed to be resentenced on that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were resentenced on that, and they tried to continue on probation as well, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you were receiving the substance abuse treatment and things of that nature to help you on that probation?
Yeah.
However, again, there was a violation and ultimately, the probation was terminated in, November of 2012, correct?
Yes.
Now, during that time, Hassani, you, after that, you also picked up a charge in January of 2014, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that was also for possession of CDS, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And between the time of 2012 and 2014, did you decide to use other substances besides marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what substance did you decide to use?
Cocaine.
And when you were using cocaine, did you ever decide to use any other substance?
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually, what was that substance, Hassan?
Heroin.
All right. And when did you begin, to your knowledge, using heroin?
2015, or maybe the end of 2014.
So 2014, you're using heroin. And at this time, are you also selling the heroin?
No, selling cocaine.
Okay, selling cocaine. And at this time, you're still on probation though, right?
Yeah.
And there come a point in 2014 where you moved into 64 Plum Street.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who did you live at 64 Plum Street with?
Tim and Wayne.
Tim and Wayne. And when you moved into this location, where did you live in this home?
The attic.
You lived in the attic. All right. And when you lived in the attic, let me ask you this, let me back up. Did you ever sell any drugs to Timothy Puskas?
Of course.
Did you ever sell any drugs to Wayne?
Of course.
All right. And did you also use drugs while you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did that include marijuana?
Marijuana, cocaine, heroin.
And had you ever observed the defendant used any heroin or cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And as well as Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
And so at this moment, I want to show you a couple of photos, Hassan. These photos have already been marked in the evidence, Your Honor. We're going to start with 210. And Hassani, what I'm going to ask you to do is the screen on to the side of you, there are some photos that are going to come up. And for this jury, I'd like you to explain what's in those photos, okay?
Right.
Thank you very much. All right, so now to your side, do you recognize 210?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Front door.
It's the front door of what, sir?
The house.
All right, is that 64 Plum Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. 210C, what's that?
That's the back of the house. That's the back door upstairs. And that's the back door downstairs to the downstairs apartment.
Hold on, keep your
I cannot
voice
hear the
up.
witness.
That's the back of the house.
All right, and you were explaining the different levels, so go right ahead.
Upstairs is the back door to our house, and downstairs is that's the back door to the apartment downstairs.
All right, now did you have any access to the apartment downstairs?
No,
So if you were going into, trying to enter into where you resided in the home, how would you enter the home?
I gotta walk up the stairs.
And that back door that's on 210C, what is that under?
My room's above the back door.
All right, so that window that's being displayed, is that window in your room?
That is my room.
And when someone would come inside that back door, or enter or leave, would you be able to hear that activity?
Yes, ma'am.
How would you be able to hear it?
It's the back door, so it's directly under my bed.
I didn't.
I didn't hear that.
All right,
It's the back door, so it's directly under my bed.
all right. Now let's go to 229. What is this, Hassani?
It's the living room. And the stairs right there, the spiral stairs, that's to my room.
And 231?
Same thing, different angle. The spiral staircase goes to my room, and that's the living room.
236.
Kitchen.
All right, and in this exhibit 236, do you see that back door that you were referencing on the other side?
Yes, ma'am, it's to the right of the refrigerator.
And the next photo? 240, do you recognize 240?
That's Wayne's room.
247?
Kitchen again, with, you can see Tim's bedroom door.
I didn't hear that.
You
What
can
was that?
see, you can see Tim's bedroom door. Slightly open.
Thank you. 249?
That's the bathroom?
In regards to a bathroom, did you have a bathroom upstairs in the attic?
No, ma'am.
All right, so when you had to go to the bathroom, where did you have to go?
Walk down my stairs, through the living room, through the kitchen. The bathroom was on the left-hand side. Tim's room was directly across the hall from the bathroom.
And let's move to 256. What is this?
Tim's room?
All right.
What was that?
Tim's room?
264?
Those are the stairs.
All right, and try to speak up,
The
Mr.
stairs
Gordon, so
from
we can all
my
hear you.
room.
265?
That's the door to my room.
All right. And 272?
That's my room.
273?
Looks like my book bag, my boots, my shoes.
All right. And is that located in your room in the attic?
Yes, ma'am. That's my room.
And 274 as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to 275. What does that show?
It's my clothes, deodorant, stuff like that.
And that's inside of the room from a different angle?
Yeah, that's a picture of my daughter as well.
A picture of what?
My daughter.
276?
My bed. TV, clothes, daughter.
Okay. And do you see that window towards the corner of this particular photo that you were referencing from the outside?
Yeah, that's the window above the back door.
277?
Same thing, house, next to the window, bed.
And all that's a fair and accurate depiction of how your room looked at the time in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Next photo? 278?
Same thing.
279? What is that?
Looks like a rolled up bill. Looks like a pack of cigarettes. Remote. Two. My bad.
Do you see any marijuana in that photo?
No.
You don't see anything to the, maybe the
I
corner?
mean, maybe some paraphernalia. Oh, yeah, I see it, I see it. Sorry.
Right, and if you can't see it, or if that's perfectly fine, you let us know, and we'll move the picture. And here, what do you see in 280?
I see a grinder. I see two grinders.
Can you point out the grinders for us, Mr. Hassani?
It's the metal thing right down at the bottom, circle thing. That's it, the little bitty.
I'm just gonna approach to help him and sign as much as you can. I know you basically have the microphone right to your mouth, but I need you to try to speak up as loud as possible so we can make sure everyone hears you.
Okay.
So with this pointer, can you point to where the grinders are that you described? All right, no. I get this right. Let's go back to 280, Jen. All right, and do you see, let me know when I highlight the grinder.
Okay. To the back, to the circle, silver thing, yeah.
Right here?
there, yeah.
All right, that's a grinder. And what's this design? And what's this?
So,
All right, what's behind the soda? Can't see.
that's the one.
Oh, there. And that was for your use?
Yeah.
And these right here, what are these?
That's a Gatorade bottle and two pill bottles.
And those were yours?
Yeah.
All right, Jen. Jen, we're good with the photos. We're good with the photos. Thank you, Jen. All right, Mr. Gordon, so at this time in 2014, you're still on probation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the probations that we went over, you violated multiple of those probations, correct?
Yeah,
And at one point, you had to go serve a sentence in the Middlesex County Correctional Facility for some time because you continued to violate those, correct?
yeah, 364.
All right. And that was leading up until this particular date, correct?
Yeah, it's, I think I served that and then I go to
Oh, all right.
What was the name of that?
I served the 364 and when I got out, that's when I moved over to 64.
To 64 Plum, okay.
And what's this 364 for the jury's
It's just a
knowledge?
day less than a year. If I would've got a 365, I would've did state time. A day less makes it a county bid, so you don't go to state. I just did a county bid.
Okay.
in the county. So,
All right, and all of those convictions were either for second or third convictions that would have exposed you to either 10 years or max, or 5 years max, correct?
they kept giving me chances.
They kept
That's all
giving
it
you,
was.
and that was before 2014, correct?
Yeah.
Now, I want to draw your attention to February of 2014. Were you still residing at 64 Plum Street?
Yes,
And I want to specifically draw your attention to February 14, 2014. Were you home on that day?
yes, ma'am.
Were you there, Timothy Puskas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, were you up in the attic?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Hey, John, that's the leading kind of,
Open up your questions.
Sure. Who were you in that, who at the time was staying with you in the attic?
My girl,
All right, and how often did she come over?
every day.
And what was her name?
What was that, what was the response?
My girl,
And how often would she come over?
every day.
All right, and what was her name?
Jennifer,
And did she, was she over on the February 14, 2014 date?
yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing that day?
Sure. We was, I slept most of the day.
Okay.
Wasn't feeling well.
All right. Let me ask you, did you use any heroin that day?
Tried to.
All right. Explain that to the jury.
So when you use heroin, if it's real heroin, you get high and that's it. But for some reason that day, the batch that we had didn't get us high. So when all of us woke up, we didn't feel well. My stomach was messed up, everybody's stomach was messed up. You don't feel good, you feel like you have the flu, temperature's off. We just were sick.
And
We woke up sick.
so, when you're saying we, are you including, who are you including?
Wayne and Tim,
Okay. So it's you three.
us three and whoever else was around us.
And at that point, to your knowledge, did you ever get any more heroin that day?
We did.
All right. And what happened?
We got high.
Now,
We weren't sick anymore.
What was that?
We weren't sick anymore.
what happened?
He said you weren't sick
We
anymore.
were not sick anymore.
so now, tell me about a speedball. What is that? Tell the jury.
Speedballs, we mix, you either combine the two, cocaine and heroin, or you do one after the other.
And had you ever done that before?
I'm not really into that, but I've done one after the other.
You've done, when you say one after the other, heroin after cocaine?
Yeah.
Or cocaine after
Mostly
heroin?
cocaine after, heroin after cocaine.
Okay. And what is that effect, if you could explain to the jury?
It's just an up and down feeling. It would make you guys sick, it would make your stomach turn. But for people that do drugs, it's up and down. It's fast paced, it's slow paced. You go from feeling hot to cool, I guess you could say.
And why would that be a desirable feeling?
I have no idea. I know for me, I started doing heroin because my heart used to race a lot when I would do cocaine. And so the heroin would just take that feeling away, the anxiety. So I guess you do a speedball to level yourself out. I guess, I don't know.
All right, and so, is it fair to say that the reason why people do a speedball?
Objection, Judge Bleeding.
Sorry, is it fair to say that it's a personal?
Yeah, it's something that people, not everybody does it. It's actually
And,
dangerous.
and so, to your knowledge, had you ever seen the defendant Timothy Puskas ever use heroin and cocaine?
Yes,
All right, had you ever seen what you just described, had you ever seen the defendant do that as well?
yes,
And as far as Wayne, had you ever seen Wayne do that as well?
yeah,
So this was not abnormal.
Objection leading.
Was this abnormal?
no,
Now, on February 14, 2014, this evening, you said you got a new batch and you were fine.
yeah.
Now, where were you at this time when you had kind of gotten yourself back to,
I stayed in my room. I was always in my room.
and when the defendant wanted to buy something from you, how would he do it?
You have to come up to my room?
And on February 14, 2014, did the defendant ever come up to your room?
Yes,
All right, and for the jury, can you advise at approximately what time he came up to your room after you had had your leveling out amount of heroin?
had to be before 12, maybe around 10, 9. It was before 12, it was before midnight. It was before the next day.
Okay. And you know what, before what was the day like when you said the next day? What was the weather like
It was
outside?
Valentine's Day. I remember the day because unlike any other day at Rutgers, it's a Friday. Nobody was there. Everybody went home. It looked like everybody was with their girlfriend or boyfriend. The streets were empty. It snowed. And that's not normal for Rutgers because, everybody's partying on a Friday. But no one was there. There were no cars on the streets. There was cars on one street, but when you go further down, like Hamilton, across Hamilton, Hartwell and all those streets over there, that's like the off-campus housing for Rutgers. There were no cars. Everybody was home. Everybody. It was empty. It was quiet.
And so it was quiet, and you're saying that because you hear college kids, I'm assuming at times?
Yeah.
So now, at this point,
You have an objection?
Yes.
Oh, I
Judge.
moved.
The objection is leading, the objection is sustained.
sure. Let's get to what happened. Can you explain the transaction that happened when Mr. Puskas, the defendant, came up to your room?
There was no transaction. He wanted a 40 bag of coke. That's what I sell 40 bags. He wanted me to front it to him. That means give it to him, he'll give me money later. I couldn't do it because he would repeatedly want me to front him cocaine because he's my landlord. I owe $500 every month for rent. But if I was to just pay the rent and the coke, I wouldn't be able to get any more coke. I can't do that. I can't do it all the time. So that night, I told him no, I couldn't do it. Pretty much like, not beg, but, he asked for it, and I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
Correct.
Not that night. I didn't have enough money to get more. If I gave him the 40 bag, I would have had no more coke to sell, and I just couldn't get no more. I couldn't re-up. So I told him no. It is what it is.
All right, and so at that point, what do you do after that?
I kept chilling in my room.
And
What
at,
was the answer? I didn't hear.
I kept chilling in my room, relaxing.
and eventually, what do you do next? Is Jennifer still in the room?
Yeah.
And we saw the photos, how there's a partition. Where did you have this, where did you discuss this transaction at? Was it inside of your room in the photo or another place?
He was at my doorway, which was covered by a sheet. There was a door, but I never closed the door. It was just a sheet.
All right, and just to speak up a little louder, what did you say? You never,
There was a door, but I never closed it. I never used the door. It was always just a sheet there. He stood there, pleaded with me, but I couldn't give it to him.
and so what did you do next?
I continued chilling in my room. I continued just watching TV, just on my phone or something, and regular stuff.
And so at this point, are you moving into February 15th of 2014?
Objection, Judge Leading.
Well, I mean,
Open up your questions.
the time, it's about 10 o'clock at night, so got 2 more hours to the next day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, and at that point, did you hear anything going on in the house?
Conversation downstairs,
And without telling us the conversation, please don't tell us the conversation, just,
I don't know the conversation. I was upstairs, I heard people talking. I do know Tim left the house.
all right, now let's back up. When you say you heard people talking, did you know, could you tell the voices of the people talking downstairs?
Of course.
And how was that?
Because I'm upstairs, I'm not eavesdropping on anybody, but walls within, you can hear when people are in Rainey's room, you can hear when somebody's in the bathroom. I can hear, I was above all that. So if you guys were above all that, you could hear people talking too. I don't know specifically who was saying what or whatever, but there was a conversation, Tim left the house.
And you didn't see him leave the house?
No.
What makes you say to the jury that he left the house?
Because of the people that would continue to talk downstairs. Rainey was still there, was still in the house, his cousin was there. So the girl was there, Tim's voice didn't pop back up, I know he left the house.
All right, did you hear anything else that indicated
The
that?
door slammed, the door opened and shut,
And which door?
back door.
And at that point, what were you doing?
In my room.
What's
So,
Jennifer doing?
just laying right next to me,
All right, you guys awake?
yes.
And so, at that point, what happens next?
He's gone for a while, comes back. A short while later, I don't know exactly how long it was, I can't tell you the time he came back in, I wasn't watching the clock, but he came back with $40.
Okay, now let's break that up. When you say came back, did you hear the door open again?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Came up to my room, buy $40 worth of cocaine from me. That's it.
Okay.
Went downstairs, did what we had to do.
Now, in addition to money, have you ever been given anything else in exchange for cocaine?
Yeah.
Okay.
People
Like,
buying things all the time, electronics, laptops, iPods, iPads, anything that's of any value, people would try to give it to you.
all right. And have you accepted it?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment. I have no further questions for the witness.
You were arrested in North Carolina, in Guilford County,
Yes,
for,
sir. Yes, sir.
for possession of marijuana with the intent to sell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Over a half ounce to 1.5 ounces, right?
Yes, sir.
And you pleaded guilty to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a felony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you came up here to New Jersey, and you were again arrested on May 17, 2008, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were charged in a multiple count indictment. Take a look at it. That indictment charged several possessions of intent to distribute crimes, distribution of heroin on or near school property, conspiracies to distribute heroin, and a whole host of distribution type of crimes, correct? Yes? You pleaded guilty to counts 3 and counts 6 of that indictment, both charging distribution of heroin on or near school property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Each of them carried a maximum of 5 years in prison, correct?
I'm sorry, that was my dad's birthday.
The day you sold heroin, the day you sold heroin was your dad's birthday? Yes, sir? On or near school property. So, you pleaded guilty to 2 of those counts. Each of them exposed you up to 5 years in state prison, correct?
Yeah.
Now, at the time, you were only using marijuana. You hadn't started using cocaine yet, right?
Pop E-pills. Pop E-pills.
You were popping pills?
Yeah,
You didn't say that to Miss Gibbs before, right?
you have to.
What was that?
I just have to. She didn't ask.
So, back to my question. You pleaded guilty to 2 counts of distribution of heroin on or near school property. Yes?
Yeah.
Both third degree crimes. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And the date of the guilty plea was on June 16, 2008
Yes.
in this here county.
Yeah.
And you were sentenced on August 28, 2008, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were sentenced to 364
Yes.
as a condition of probation, correct?
Yes.
And at the time, it was Judge DeVisa, he just put you straight on straight probation and held the 364 on the back end to see how well you do on probation, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you D-228. This is a certified judgment of conviction, sir. Take a look at that. Well, I mean, I wanna make sure it's yours. Does it say Hassani Gordon? Get out of here. I'm asking you a question, sir.
Come on, man.
Can
Does
we
it-
stipulate that that says
Yes,
judgment of conviction?
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Judge, I'm gonna move D-228 into evidence.
No objection at all.
And while you were on probation, you violated probation several times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And probation kept getting extended for you, right? In January, or on January 15, 2014, you were arrested and charged with possession of cocaine, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were also charged with possession of buprenorphine, correct?
Yes.
Both of those charges, or each of them, is a third-degree crime, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You were indicted on those charges on May 7, 2014, by the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Yes.
On November 1st, 2016, you pleaded guilty to one of those crimes, correct?
Yes.
To the possession of cocaine. Yes?
Yes.
You pleaded guilty because you were in fact guilty, correct?
Yeah.
On March 24th, 2017, you were sentenced for this crime, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the .229 for identification. May I approach? Please have a look at this judgment of conviction, sir.
I stipulate, I have no, I have
229 stipulate that's his judgment of conviction.
I'm going to move 229 into evidence, Judge.
no judgment.
On December 15th, 2016, actually, hold on a second on this one.
Why is my character in question?
There's no question pending, sir. On January 5th, 2016, you were charged with multiple drug and weapons offenses, correct?
Yes.
You were indicted in that indictment, on those charges on March 24th, 2016, by the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Yes.
Also, on the same day that you pleaded guilty to that cocaine charge, you pleaded guilty to one of the many charges in this indictment, which was November 1st, 2016, correct?
Yes.
You pleaded guilty to possession of cocaine. Yes?
Yes.
You pleaded guilty because you were in fact guilty, correct?
Yes.
And you were sentenced on the same day, March 24th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you D230.
Is that another JOC?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you stipulate that's his JOC?
Absolutely, that's fine.
I'm going to move this into evidence, Judge. You received 1 year probation sentence on those two guilty pleas, correct?
Yes.
The one that's 1 and 1, they run together. We call that running concurrent, right?
Yes, sir.
Not running consecutive. You were again arrested on December 15, 2016, correct?
Yes.
You were charged with possession of heroin. Yes?
Yes.
You were charged with possession of heroin with intent to distribute as well, correct?
Yes.
On April 3rd, 2017, you pleaded guilty. Well, let me back up. Each one of those crimes is a third-degree crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
And each one of them carries up to 5 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on April 3rd, 2017, you pleaded guilty to possession of heroin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pleaded guilty because you were in fact guilty, correct?
Yes, sir.
On April 3rd, the same day you pleaded guilty, you were sentenced for this crime. Yes?
Yep.
You received probation, correct?
Yes.
And also ran concurrent with the probation you had received the week before, correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Showing you D-231. Sorry, D-232.
Is that another JOC?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, stipulate that that's his JOC.
I'm going to move that certified JOC into evidence. In let me just get that document. Where's that deal? When you were placed on probation, you were given certain conditions, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the conditions, I'm not gonna go through every one of them, but one of the conditions was, mark this, please. One of the conditions was that you report as directed to probation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Another condition was that you don't use drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
You violated probation, right?
Unfortunately.
You violated probation on, or the violation was filed on, November 21st, 2017, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just mere months after you were placed on probation, yes?
Yes.
And you you had to appear in this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And when you appeared on April 20th, 2018.
Yeah.
Stipulate to.
And on that day, the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office was representing the state, correct?
Yeah.
And you pleaded guilty to the violation of probation,
Yes.
and you were sentenced to more probation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move, this is D-231 for identification, and I'm gonna move that into evidence as well. So now, Mr. Gordon, we went over your convictions. I would like to now talk to you about charges that you've had dismissed throughout these years as a result of your cooperation
As a result
in this
of-
case. On March 20th, 2014, New Brunswick PD arrested you at 64 Plum Street, correct?
Yes.
You were charged with several charges. I'm gonna go over them. You were charged with the possession of marijuana under 50 grams, correct?
Yeah.
You were charged with possession of hashish under 5 grams, correct?
Yes.
You were charged, with possession of drug paraphernalia, correct?
Yes.
Those 3 charges were placed on one complaint, correct?
Yes.
So, Can you see that screen there, Mr. Gordon?
Sorry, what are we showing, Joe? I'll see it.
You want to see it now? I can show it to you now. It's a visual aid. Okay. All right. So, so March 20th, 2014, that was the first complaint you were arrested on that we talked about that had those 3 charges, right?
Right.
Possession of marijuana at the time, disorderly possessions of marijuana carried with it up to 6 months in jail, right?
I don't know, sir. Keep asking me how. Come on, man.
The possession of hashish under 5 grams also carried up to 6 months in jail. Yes?
I guess.
Possession of drug paraphernalia also carried up to 6 months in jail, correct? Yes?
I don't know, sir. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the exposures. Okay. So, on March 20th, right after you were arrested and taken down to the New Brunswick Police Department, you gave your first ever statement in this case, correct?
Correct.
You were exposed to 18 months in jail on those 3 charges. Yes?
Yes.
And just 11 days after you give that first statement, that complaint is dismissed in municipal court, correct?
Yes.
And when it was dismissed in municipal court, it was marked Factor 12, correct?
Sir, I don't know.
Well, let me show you the complaint. I'm going to show you D75 for identification. May I approach? D75 for identification. This is the complaint we just talked about with the 3 charges. And on the bottom, on 3/31/2014, dismissed with Factor 12 circled, correct? Right now, just look at the sheet. Factor 12, correct?
Sir, I'm gonna object to what you said, what it means. I mean,
Well,
what he's asking
I'm gonna get there.
I think there are ways that you can ask the questions. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Well, I understand, but right now, I just want to know if it says Factor 12 on the complaint.
This is the.
Factor 12, Mr. Gordon, is what you get when you cooperate with law enforcement, correct? Yes? You don't know? Again, Judge, I'm asking the court to take judicial notice.
Ask him, did he cooperate? He may not know
You cooperated by giving your statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got the complaint dismissed. Yes?
Yes.
And by dismissed means you spent 0 time in jail or didn't even get probation on it, correct?
Yes.
Also on March 20th, you were charged with the possession with intent to distribute numerous pills, correct? And that was charged on a separate complaint, correct?
Yes.
Possession with intent to distribute pills is a third-degree crime, correct?
I guess.
It carries up to 5 years in prison, correct?
Sir.
If you want to say no, you can say no. Just
I'm
answer
not-
the question.
I don't want to say no, I just don't know.
Okay, you can say that too. So that complaint was dismissed on September 29th, 2016, correct?
Correct.
2 weeks after that, on October 13th, 2016, you met with the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office and you give another statement, correct?
Correct.
You got 0 time on that complaint as well, correct?
Correct.
We already talked about the one count you pleaded guilty to in that May 7 indictment that charged cocaine and buprenorphine, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the arrest from 11414. That's a mistake there. Should be 11414. You already told us that that charge was a third degree and you knew it carried 5 years when we answered that question before. Now, on November 1st, so the exposure, let me get back up. The exposure on those charges was a total of 10 years, 5 and 5 for 2 third degrees, right?
Yes, sir.
On November 1st, 2016, you testified in a hearing for the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
Right after that hearing, right after you finished testifying, you went right across to another courtroom with your attorney, and you made a deal with the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office for 1 year probation, correct?
Correct.
On that day, you pleaded guilty to that cocaine charge, correct?
Correct.
And during that plea colloquy, there was a possibility that you would even get PTI, correct?
No. That's not my first offense, so no.
That was discussed in open court between your attorney and the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office,
Not possible.
okay? You were at a minimum, or you were going to be at a minimum permitted to apply to the PTI program, correct?
No.
The PTI program is a program that allows your case to be dismissed at the end of the program, correct? Yes?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you your plea form. One moment.
get back to that one.
All right, where's my clicker? So, in exchange for that deal, you agreed to continue cooperating with the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
In exchange for that deal, you agreed to testify in this case whenever requested, correct?
Correct.
Your total exposure was 10 years, and you got 0 years in prison, correct?
Correct.
Now, combined with this one we just went over was your arrest and indictment from January 5th, 2016. On that day, you were arrested and you were charged with 8 crimes in an indictment, correct?
Correct.
Huh?
Correct.
That indictment was filed on March 24th, 2016, correct?
Correct.
If you want a copy of the indictment to go through it with me, I can give you a copy, or you could just listen and let me know if it's yes or no. Count 1 charged you with the possession of a weapon while engaged in a CDS distribution activity, correct?
Correct.
That was a second-degree crime, correct?
Yes.
That crime carried up to 10 years in prison, right?
Right.
Count 2 charged you with the possession of cocaine, yes?
Yes.
That count was a third-degree crime, correct? And that carried up to 5 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
The third one, count 3, was a possession with intent to distribute cocaine, also a third-degree crime, correct?
Correct.
That's up to 5 years in prison. The next one was the possession of Xanax without a prescription, another third-degree crime, correct?
Correct.
Up to 5 years in prison, correct?
Yes.
The next one was the possession with intent to distribute marijuana, a fourth-degree crime, correct?
Correct.
Up to 18 months in state prison, correct?
Yeah.
The next one was a possession of fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
A third-degree crime, correct?
Yeah.
Another up to 5 years in prison. The next one was the unlawful possession of a weapon. That was a fourth-degree crime, correct?
Correct.
Up to 18 months in prison. And the last one was the possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose. Is a third-degree crime that carried up to 5 years in prison, correct?
Correct.
You were exposed up to 38 years in prison if we add those up. On November 1st, we already know you testified for the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, and right after that, combined with that other case we just went over, you went to another courtroom where you pleaded guilty to one count, just one count of possession of cocaine, and you also received that 1-year probation, right?
Right.
You were again arrested on December 15, 2016. You were charged with the possession of heroin and the possession with intent to distribute that heroin, right?
Right.
Each carried up to 5 years, so a total of 10. On December 19, 2016, a few days after you were arrested and charged, you testified for the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
And on April 3rd, 2017, you were given more probation, correct?
Correct.
That probation was to run concurrent with the probation for 1 year, right?
Correct.
Now let's fast forward to March 1st, 2019. You were charged on that day with selling 20 bags of heroin or whatever CDS to a man in Woodbridge, correct?
Again, the specifics, if you want to look at the charges that he was charged with, like Councilman doing, if he wants to go through the disposition that Councilman doing, we haven't gotten into any specifics of any of the charges, and the state believes it's inappropriate to do so now.
Sure, Judge, we can have a conversation.
There's no question right now.
Did you answer that last question that I asked, Mr. Gordon? Would you like me to ask it again?
I didn't sell anybody 20 bags of heroin in 2019.
So,
I
as
wasn't here in Jersey. I didn't live
consistent,
in
wait,
Jersey
hold on,
in
stop,
2019.
All right.
stop.
Let me read you the charges.
So,
Let me,
consistent with our discussion,
Yes.
the charges only, please.
yes, ma'am. Let's see, this guy. Just gonna steal this thing. Mr. Gordon, on July 7th, 2020, you were charged with on or about March 1st, 2019, in Woodbridge Township, Middlesex County, did, within the jurisdiction of this court, did knowingly and purposely commit the offense of distribution of CDS, specifically by facilitating the sale of heroin to the victim, Gurmeet Bhatia, through a third party, correct? The second one is within the jurisdiction of this court, did knowingly and purposely commit the offense of conspiracy, specifically by conspiring with an unknown third party to facilitate the sale of heroin to the victim, Gurmeet Bhatia, correct?
Case was dismissed.
We're gonna get there. You were charged with
I
these.
didn't do it.
You were charged,
I didn't even know about the charge.
Is there a
I didn't even know
stipulation that
about the
those
charge.
were the
That's why I was
charges?
stipulation.
Okay, those were the
I
charges.
wasn't in New Jersey.
Okay, hold on, next question. Do you have another question, or?
yeah, I just wanna finish. Each of those charges are third-degree crimes. But because you had 2 prior convictions in the past, one of them, you're extended term eligible on, which makes one of them up to 10 years, correct? So your exposure on those is 15. On October 21st, Mr. Gordon, 2021, there's another mistake. You
Well, Your Honor,
gave,
for accuracy, if that's a mistake, that can be misleading, that's in 2000.
okay, I can take a sticky, Judge, and I can put it right over the screen and put Swan on there. I'm acknowledging the issue.
Okay, let's move on and wrap up for today, please.
On October 21st, 2021, you gave your newest statement to the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct? Yes?
Yeah.
That case was dismissed 40 days after you gave that statement, correct?
Had nothing to do with it.
It
had
was
nothing to do with
dismissed,
it, but
correct?
It had nothing to do with that other case. The
Okay,
two
I know
had
you're
nothing-
saying that. I know you're saying
I'm
that.
not saying that.
Time out, time out. There's an acknowledgement that was dismissed. Okay, we are done for today. We're done for today.
You got it.
Members of the jury, please don't talk about this case. Enjoy your weekend.